I think I am live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're having a great weekend. I know. Can you believe it? It's Sunday morning already. Here it is, the middle of September. Where's time going, right? Zoom, zoom, zoom. So hope you're having a wonderful day full of wonderful moments, or that we're realizing that we are, because we always are. We just don't realize it sometimes, right? So before we get into everything, I am excited, of course, to see what messages from spirit we have today. We'll bring in lovely energy with the singing bowl first. And we'll start off by taking a big deep breath if you want to join me. And we'll come back to the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, out of the outside world, come to right here, right now. And then as we're hitting the singing bowl, you can just let that eternal, unconditional love energy fill up our physical bodies, our energetic fields, our hearts, our minds. Just let it fill up every part of our life and then flow out to the world, allowing it to do what it wants to do out there to raise the love vibration of the planet. Something we can do to help raise our love vibration in this moment is think of one thing to be grateful for. So as we're letting that love flow through us and out of us, we can also think of just one thing that we're grateful for right here, right now. And as we have that gratitude for that, then that does, of course, raise our vibration. It's a high vibration energy. Gratitude is like unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play. All of that is higher vibration that allows us to be open to receive messages from spirit, and it magnifies us too, magnetizes us. It magnifies things too, but it magnetizes us to receive those things that we're grateful for as well. So if you want to join me, I'm going to start off taking a big deep breath here. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful. All right. Let's begin with the singing bowl and gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. She is singing, singing, singing. Yesterday and today just continues to vibrate and vibrate. I love it. Right, let me put her on her little shelf back here so she can watch over us. There we go. So hello, everybody. Good to see everyone. So I said, I hope you're having a wonderful day full of amazing adventures, or at least experiencing some beautiful love and peace, harmony. We definitely enjoy that, right? So, hello, hello. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, welcome. I'm brudda-zen, and we've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. I say all the time, these are two things that we definitely can use on this human adventure to make it an easier path for sure. So, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. So, we're happy to have you here. We have a safe space here. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. Uh, it talks about how it all works. Donations do get first priority. I honor that energy exchange. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards. For the donations, I do dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards. We get into the tea of things. And then also you get a fortune cookie, 1 per person per session. So if you make multiple donations, still get 1 fortune cookie. But we're finishing up the Wild Soul Oracle that we've been using. Great little deck here. So you'll get 1 of those. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom of the chat or in the description box of the video. Do have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you feel like giving from your heart is the perfect amount. I know everyone's finances are different, rates of exchange are different, cost of living is different all across the world. So whatever you give from your heart is perfect and beautiful. So after each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So you can just click on it and go directly to your reading. So if you want to put your question out there and come back later for it, that's how you can find it really easy. Sundays are special. Whatever I don't get to in my 3-hour session this morning, if I don't finish everything, I do come back in the afternoon to finish out everything, including all the free readings. So I've also been doing something this weekend, and I think I've gotten to all readings this weekend. But the last 30 minutes of the other sessions, if I hadn't got to any free readings, I jumped to free readings to complete at least 30 minutes. So trying something new, it seems to be working out well so far. So Sundays, though, because I come back later, I will just, if I have enough donations, I will complete at the session and then come back later for everything else, depending on how many we have. So I think that's everything. I'm going to continue to use, I've got the double decker. Let me just make sure I don't drop these. Got the double decker Light Sears Tarot, because I've got 2 decks. Someone gifted one of these to me once. I've been saying one of the cards is kind of a little rough. That's why I was so grateful that we were going to lunch and they were like, could you use this? I already have this. And someone gifted me one, so I'm going to gift it to you if you want it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so perfect, right? So now I shuffled them all together into one of the cards might be retiring because it's kind of it bent and different things. So it may be, like I said, one card shy of 2 decks, just like brudda-zen. So, but a bunch. All right. I think that's all the blah, blah, blah. I think that's everything. So we'll get into the readings. Hello, everybody. So, real quick here, excuse me, let's see where we're at here. For donations, we do have Crescent Moon will be up first ×2. And then Maria P via Z PayPal will be up after that. And then Deb, hey Deb, you'll be up after that. And then Patty, hello Patty, you'll be up after that. So that's where we're at for donations currently. So let's get into it. All right. So Crescent Moon, we're starting at 9:55 for your timestamp. We'll put it down here. And thank you for your dual donations. So we will give the first one here a love and a like here. Yeah, I like that. Third eye, private eye. That just cracks me up. So I like that. Maybe I'll have to make that my new A tagline or something. All right, let's give these a shuffle here. And you said you were right. Oh, awesome. I love the when people confirm spirits messages. So I love that. Reading on Sagittarius for today, next week, and Friday and Saturday specifically. Okay, let's take a look here. All right, so Sagittarius. So, what's going on with the Sagittarius for today? Okay, got that and those two underneath. All right. And then just next week, the entire week, just what's going on there. Nope, they don't want those. And then we've got specifically Friday and Saturday, right? Okay. Very good. All right. So, Crescent Moon, hello, hello. Oh, wow. Yeah, I love that for your second question, right? That's for your second one. Absolutely. All right. And so the bottom of the deck, just the overall energy of Sagittarius right now. They have the Knight of Swords, which is a movement of thinking, a lot of contemplation this week, a lot of seeking clarity, it feels like. And of course, it's at ludicrous speed, like from Spaceballs. They're going to go plaid this week. So I feel like there's a lot of mental energy being extended this week, more than normal. A lot of thinking in their head. For we do have the Queen of Pentacles. They are a bit of um, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves, focusing in on taking care of themselves. Very earthy energy. This Virgo health energy, but I feel like they're just kind of resting and nurturing themselves. I feel like they might be a little bit under the weather too. Um, and so they're really just kind of like, ugh, I feel like they don't have a whole lot of energy to do things. Just they kind of feel like their energy just dropped out. They've been going, 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 and they're coming the desert. Yeah. So I feel like there's this, um, I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to. I don't have the energy to do a whole lot, so they're doing just the basics today. It feels like. Let's see what's underneath the surface here. I just feel like they've been burning the candle a lot, and it's all caught up, and they're just like, yeah, Four of Swords, resting and relaxation, peace of mind, yeah, and the Eight of Cups. There's some emotional release that's coming with that. And it makes sense here. We're in Virgo season, which is all about the body and our day-to-day tasks and stuff. But with all this eclipse energy of endings and beginnings, and we're in the from the full moon that we had last Sunday, we're in this release period, right? This waning. The waning is the letting go period of release, release, release to prepare for the new moon in Virgo that's next week. So, and it's was a full moon, of course, in Pisces, which is emotional bubbles bubbling to the surface. So it's a bit of nurturing and release, emotional release energy for them today. I just feel like they're kind of just really chill kind of energy. And so that's for today. For all of next week, we got here the King of Cups. Yeah, the balance between head and heart, and the Nine of Wands, which is this energy of the block, right? Of hitting their head up against a wall um, over and over and over again. But this feels different. with this combination of the King of Cups and the Nine of Wands, because I feel like and it starts like today with this feeling of it's not really calm as much. It's more exhaustion than calm, but it puts him in this place of um, I only have so much energy this next week to do things, so I'm going to stop trying to push this giant mountain out of the way and go, I'm going to work on the things that I can move and the things I can control this week instead of focusing on things I can't control. So it's a very much of a surrender energy, which makes sense with all this release energy of the full moon. I feel like they're just like, I just want to get through this week. I'm just going to do the things I need to do kind of energy. Underlying energy under that, yeah, the Two of Wands. More of a planning stage than an action stage this week with the Two of Wands, looking out, doing, uh, like they are looking out the window, just going, what do I want for the future? And the things that need to happen. Well, let me put the plans together this week, and then I'll act on it next week. Is their kind of their overall intention of the energy based, of course, on their energy right now. Of course, they might start feeling better during the week, and that could always change. When we're predicting the future, it's always based on our current choices, our current energy. But if we're not feeling good, um, it kind of taints the picture we see of the outside world from our human perspective. And then if we feel better, suddenly, all right, let's go, 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 right? Especially Sagittarius. They usually have a lot of fire, but if if there's an outside bonfire, when it rains, it could still keep burning, but it becomes smaller, right? And then when the storm passes, it's everything starts drying out, and then the bonfire comes back, right? So that's kind of the energy I feel like they're going through today and into next week, really. Um, so far, Friday, yeah, we've got the. Wait, you said Thursday and Friday? Let me make sure here. No, it was Friday and Saturday. I was right. So Friday is a death and rebirth kind of energy. Endings and beginnings, ready to and it's significant being the death card of the major arcana. So it is this um what is this about? This ending and beginning. Just feels like more so the phoenix rising from the ashes. So I do feel this is like this. Okay, I made it through the week. Now it's time I can rise up. So I feel like their energy right now is they get a second wind, or they actually get their wind back on Friday. And then they're able to go, okay, I feel like I'm back to my regular Sagittarius fire self. Let's go. Then things start, speeding up again for him here. But it's a rebirth kind of more energy than endings energy, though it's like an end of this feeling low energy from like today through, Friday morning. And I feel like they wake up going, all right, I feel like I'm me again. And because I feel like they feel like they're not themselves for these first 3, 4 days, right? And then into Saturday, yeah, the Seven of Pentacles. Things still going slow, the Seven of Pentacles, but there's also because that's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It's what do I want to put energy in? Don't know if you can see it very well on camera here, but they do have here energy going from their hand into the plant. So they planted the seeds, things are growing, and they're really, I feel like Saturday is okay, I'm going to focus on the things I want to grow, and the fruit that I don't like that I've gotten, I'm making changes and I'm letting that go and pursuing what I want to go. But it still feels a lot of planning energy as well. Because I feel like Saturday's a big catch up because it feels like throughout the week that kind of just we're in survival mode. Now they're in, okay, let me get stuff caught up, get the stuff done, and so I can start next week, start into my plan. So it's like they're like, well, I don't want to start my plan yet. I got all this other stuff. Let me try to clear my mind, like clear my counter of the junk so that I can start on the stuff with a clean, fresh mind and I can totally go, as they say, balls to the wall on Monday. They're like, "Oh, I'll start." In fact, they'll start Sunday evening, but they're like, and then I can start next week on getting the stuff done, making the phone calls, putting things into action, this, that, boom, 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 boom kind of energies that are here. I almost feel like Friday that they're initiating and ending. I don't know. They're the ones that are getting a new job, right? I just feel like that coming in here. I do so many readings. Sometimes I'm like, is it my human reminding one? Or are they just um clicking on a past reading because they're like that also applies to this person? Because I feel like they're in a job transformation and I feel like they might be giving notice on Friday. You know, this is their, all right, here we go. I'm putting things into action. I'm going to give my notice, kind of energy. So that's interesting. Right. So I feel like that is what they have for them for this upcoming week. We'll do your fortune cookie on your second question. Let me just put it over here so I don't forget those. And we'll dive into your second question here. So thank you for your dual donations. We'll give that a love and a like here. All right. So dun dun dun. Let me take a sip here. Cheers. Got some peppermint tea helping calm my stomach today. It's that Virgo season. Things are clearing out. Yay. Let me switch decks here or stacks. This one here. So, provide more deep dive insight on the ethereal encounter with Sagittarius. Yeah, experiences last night. Didn't feel like a dream, right? All right. Time to go. Yeah, I didn't have chamomile. I need to get some chamomile tea too. But also helps wake us up. We got like fall weather, kind of like that nappy time feeling, like I could go take a nap right now. It's that calm kind of, not really overcast, but the high clouds, it's kind of just like, and we have fall coming up here in a couple weeks, but we're getting fall weather already. I love it. All right, let's take a look here. So let's find out here what Spirit wants you to know about this ethereal encounter as cards come flying out of the deck. All right, that's that. And then has Sagittarius thought about you today due to last evening's experience? Okay. And let's grab that thunder there. And when you meet in the ethereal, what's the verbal message that they're trying to convey? All right. Take a look here. All right. So what we got here. Love the underlying energy. You have the Ace of Wands, which is all about the energetic, look, even in the third eye position there, this spiritual energy. And it's interesting because, from our human perspective, we think like we think from this point of view, right? So we kind of see it as we're here and we're going up there, but really we're up there already. We're huge supernatural beings that are just spread. We're so huge, and we're part of a giant sea of beautiful energy. We're like a drop in the giant sea, and the ethereal, we're already in it. And we just kind of are this. I see it as like we our highest vibration is right below the vibration of the creator. And then I kind of look at it like taffy, how it stretches down. And it has all this. The lower we go, is the lower the vibration. We get down here to Earth's um, vibration, low vibration, right? Feels very heavy and it's one of the few places that we feel disconnected from the rest, even though we're still connected. It's just the experience of, we don't realize it from our end. It's like a two-way mirror, right? Where they can see us, but we can't really see them until we kind of connect, and and then we're able to see higher, right? But when we're as the human, when we sleep, we kind of are less focused, of course, on this realm, and so we connect higher, and we have spiritual experiences, and we recharge, and really have that stronger connection with our higher self, our higher energy vibration. And but we can then also, we're always interacting with everyone at a higher level as our higher selves. But from our human perspective and our human awareness, in the dream world is where our human can even be aware and awake in a way while we're sleeping and have interactions. And we always are having different interactions at times, some stronger than others, some just with our higher self and our spiritual posse. But when we have special connections that we need to remember for our human adventure, that's when we wake up, we're like, oh, wow, I remember having this dream. I remember this experience, right? So I feel like it's important to know that with all the Ace of Wands energy, and just how, we are spiritual beings, that one of our expressions of ourselves among millions that we're having is this human experience. And so we're always spirit. It's just we're having this little walkabout as a human around this giant, perfect mountain of who we are, to understand ourselves more. When we lay down to go to sleep, we reconnect, reconvene, going, all right, what's the next step? What do we want to experience now? What do you think about that? And oh, how fun. It's like a lot of chatting, especially with our spiritual posse and our higher selves. So all that is from the Ace of Wands. Let's see here, more deep dive here into um, the ethereal experience that you had last night with the Sagittarius. Yeah. So the movement of energy with the Knight of Wands, there is hearing that this has a lot to do with where you're at in your life, where they're at in their life, and then astrologically how it's impacting, and the energy, especially this eclipse energy, this moon energy. It's really, the veil is very thin when we're in eclipse season, 4 to 6 weeks before and after. So 4 and 6 weeks before last Sunday, because that was the full moon lunar eclipse, and then 4 to 6 weeks after next week, next Sunday, which is the new moon in Virgo solar eclipse, that, will still influence, but we're right in the middle of it. I mean, really, we're smack dab today in the middle between the full moon lunar eclipse and the new moon. So today is like, whoa, it's like the heightened of the extremity, and then it starts to, you know, become less and less and less and less, right? So I'm not surprised if all of us aren't having weird, realistic, ethereal connection dreams, because the veil is thin. So we're remembering a lot more and connecting a lot more. And you have the high priestess too. Here's that connection. So the high priestess energy, it's a very psychic energy, um, expanded time with here as well. And um, I like this here because there has been this slowness of things here with the Six of Swords. And I feel like the conversation here, the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all. Six of Swords is leaving old ways of thinking to go. and taking on higher ways of thinking. And it's this movement of thought from a lower vibrational, rough waters to a higher vibrational, calmer waters. I feel like your conversation was, what the hell's taking so long? Snap, snap, buttercup. But as a higher vibrational beings, of course, it's like laughing because when we're in the ethereal, we're in divine timing. We know we're eternal beings. There is no rush. There is no, panic of time or anything. It's only from a human perspective. And they're like, well, let's bring this energy back to us here so that we can, from a human perspective, remember. And I feel like it's a lot of why they're wanting you to remember this etherealness is because in a way you have a connection to this energy of eternity with someone and not so much if I don't uh you know reconnect with you this year, oh my god, I'm gonna die. That's how our human can get kind of these feelings of panic and desperation and rushiness. But when we look at eternity and everything is all about experience in this moment and not about a destination, but about what's happening in this moment, the joy that's happening in this moment. I feel like that's a lot of what the messages were that were coming through with that. Um, has the Sagittarius, have they thought about you today because of the psh, psh, psh? Nine of Cups? There's this 9 is this hermit's kind of journey. So it's underneath here too. And the 8 of Pentacles is this transformational type of energy. I do feel here that, they're I just feel like they're so focused in on self right now, especially like the energy we talked about earlier. It's like if it's a thought, it's a quick thought and then it's back to napping or what you know binge watching something. They're just kind of like in this vegetative state. But if they see something like in a movie or series, whatever they're watching, it's like, oh, I feel like they're so exhausted that um, when they woke up, I don't know necessarily that they remember a whole lot like you are. Because I just feel like where they were at is so, I don't know, how is this? It's just foggy, foggy and bogged down that it's like the connections aren't clicking today for them. So I feel like this experience was more for you to remember. They had the experience. It just didn't, it's like they have a clog, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. So it's just, huh? You're like, wake up. It's like, sorry. It's like how when you're groggy and you're tired and someone's trying to have a deep conversation with you and you're just like, it's just not soaking in. Maybe this isn't a good time to talk about this because my brain is on like 10% power. That's what I feel. And then you wanted to know when you meet an ethereal, what's the verbal message? Well, is there a verbal message that they're trying to convey? We'll take a look here. Yeah, yeah. So we've got the 7 of Wands and the 9 of Pentacles. This is independence with spirit, and the 7 of Wands is about being true to oneself and shining bright. So there is this independent, be true to you kind of energy that's here. And the underlying energy is the 4 of Swords, which is, they had this for their resting and sleepy, but it's letting go of expectations and sleeping on the Ace of Swords, which is the higher awareness, right? And it is, I feel like that what you guys talk about here is when you're um, up there, a lot of what you're talking about is the journey, and of course, this is about being true to one's authentic self and being, aligned, like exactly as she's doing, aligned to who you are, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, being like the sun, just shine bright, knowing that you don't need yourself because we've got everything we need inside of us. And I feel like that's kind of this check in to go, this is to see things from this other perspective as a human. We're, of course, brought up pointing to the outside world, going, in order to feel fulfilled, look out here. But it's like, you guys know, as on the ethereal plane, you're connected to your higher self, so it's all knowing, it's understanding the whole patterns. It's not so much that it's your human characters meeting up there to talk, it's your higher selves that are connecting, and the awareness of that connection sometimes seeping into your human awareness, sometimes not, where we wake up going, I know I dreamt all night, I can't remember what it was. It's not meant for us to remember that yet. But I feel like when you're remembering and having these experiences, um, more remembering the experiences, because you guys we have experience with a lot of things we don't remember when we wake up, because it'll just clog our adventure if we get too much into the instead of enjoying the moments and enjoying the adventure, we start getting drawn too far out, right? So I feel like there's not like a specific messages, and I feel like that's important to know that it's not their human character that's meeting you up there and your human characters there. It's high level planning, you know, and reflection with our higher selves. Going, oh gosh, this is so fun. What should we do next? We have a variety of paths we can take. Where do you think we want to go next? And then the, higher self and the spiritual posse put things into place, both in the mind and in the heart, nudges in the physical world, our energy, for us to, be aware of things. And if we need to adapt our human focuses, then that energy will come through. Um, I mean, they'll bring things in our outside world so that we'll do that, whether it's a podcast or, we come across some message where we're like, oh yeah, and we get nudged to go that direction, where the possibilities for us to choose. But we still, it's like all of that, we come down to our human side of us. Everything is about our choice of each moment of our story, of our emotions, our energy, our physical actions. Um, and it's more nudging and going, let's see what happens if we nudge ourselves this way. All right, let's go, unless there's very few fated events in our lives that we want. Absolutely, we have to experience the human expression, and our human adventure is all about possibilities. That's the main focus, is that there's we don't know what will happen, uh, we just, from our higher selves, they see the entire map, but they're like, what if you don't know? That's why we're so shielded from the upper awarenesses a lot for the future, because we've had that before. We've had several iterations of humanity where the first time we came down, we had the full map going, all right, this is where I want to go. So I take this there and okay, I'm there. Oh, okay. Here I am. Well, that was fun, but kind of not as exciting as I thought it would be. Like, what if you don't get to see your full map? You just see half of it. And we're like, oh, cool. And so second iteration of humanity, we didn't know it was foggy from a certain point, and that was more exciting, but still we saw a lot of the map and we're like, okay, I still knew it. Like, how about more fog? And we became foggy and more foggy to where, you know It's exciting if you can only see the very next step. I don't know where this is going to go. So that's kind of our humanity now. It's so foggy for the future that we don't know what's going to happen next, right? Right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Anything else they want you to know here about your connection with them or anything else? All right, they do want this one right here. And you have the power. Wow, the scorpion. I love that. Scorpio energy, the deep secrets, diving deep into the emotions with Scorpio. But let's see, the scorpion is about power. And it says the scorpion, with its venomous sting and formidable appearance, symbolizes power, intensity, and protection. Known for its ability to defend itself and strike with precision, the scorpion represents the use of power and control. This card suggests that you may need to assert your power or protect yourself in a situation. The scorpion reminds you that power must be wielded with care and intention. The higher vibration of the energy of this card says assert your power and take control of the situation. Protection and precision are your allies right now. The shadow energy of the card says your power may be turning into aggression or a need for control. Consider whether you are using your strength wisely or if you are overpowering others. Confirmation you're not going insane. Disclaimer, I'm not a licensed psychological professional. Anyway, 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, how, excuse me, how can I assert my power effectively? 2, am I being too aggressive or controlling? And 3, what needs protection in my life? So some good reflection energy there as well. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. You. Welcome to the adventure, right? All right, let me think a bit more here. And split it in half. All right, there we go. What an adventure, right? Cheers to you. You're very welcome. Hey, Debbie. Oh, the Debs are in the house. Hello. Hey, everybody. Everybody that came in here. Mika Khan and Kathleen. Hello. Carmel. Damon and DT. Hello, everybody. Cat Goddess. Good to see everybody. All right. So let's continue on for the readings here. We got Maria P coming in via the PayPal. Okay, and then after that, we'll have Deb and then Patty and then, hey, Soul Child. Let's add you to the list here quick too. Maybe. There it goes. We'll be up after that. All right. So Maria P, let's pull up your PayPal here with your questions. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's dive into Wally's energy here. Okay. Nope, they don't want any of those. Okay, there. Thank you. I was like, I know there's one more. All right. And then what's coming for you and Wally this upcoming week? So based on, of course, today's energies. And then update on the doc side. Okay, thank you. Wally is happy with you and loves you. And does he want to continue relationship? Okay. And will you get a new lawyer? All right. Excuse me. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, I mean, very abundant energies here. We've got the Wheel of Fortune and the Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles is about abundance, seeing worth and relationship to the outside world in a higher way. but it is all of this very positive, abundant kind of feeling energy. So I feel like from their point of view, both their thoughts and their emotions feel very solid because there is very earthy energy that's coming in with this too. So it feels like they're coming from a place of, I know that this is for me, that our relationship is for me, that it brings me benefit to my life, and they see it as that. So I like that this is in this place here. Um, we'll see what else comes through all this. What's coming for you and Wally this upcoming week? Yeah, I got the Queen of Wands. Yeah, and the Knight of Cups. Wow, wow, wow. There's a lot of emotional connection with the Knight of Cups. It's movement of emotion, right? The Knight. And the Queen of Wands is movement of action and passion as well. So I feel like here, as always, our energy, what we're focusing on is what we draw in for our experience. So it seems like they're in this place of they feel like things are going well, but it feels like with your energy, you might be feeling like things are off. So looking and adjusting your energy can help because that Queen of Wands is about being aware of your energy, that because whatever you focus on is what comes in for you guys. You draw in your experience, they draw on their experience, and the combined energy of you both is the shared experience that you guys can have, but you also have independent experiences of your perception, your experience of what's going on, right? So I think we talked about that. There's like two circles, and you guys share this experience, but then you have your separate experiences too. But it feels good. It feels positive here with both these cards here. So you're getting the heart connection, and you're getting the energetic and passion connection too. So it feels good here. Updates on the dark side. Yep, Nine of Swords. Nightmares and insomnia. Yay! Not that we, celebrate, that they have that kind of experience. But, it's like, well, okay, in some way makes you feel, all right, things aren't like they're not getting back together, which is your fear, right? Is that there's a reconnection and a spark with them because that went out of you know oil like an oil lamp. It dried up a long time ago. But the Nine of Swords is a lot of fears and a lot of conflicts, a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and expectations and fights over things that you're not doing what I want you to do, or you're not doing what I want you to do, blah 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 blah. So there is a bit of stress and um escalation where, like I said, nightmare and insomnia kind of energy. So I think that's all we needed about that. Is Wally with you and loves you? Yeah, Three of Cups, card of joy, 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 joy. So yes, very much happy with you, and loves you. There, Cups energy is emotional energy. It's a joy energy. So definitely that is a confirmation of happiness with you. Does he want to continue? Ten of Cups. Boom, boom, shakalaka. Yeah. Here's, people together, this fullness of emotion and overflowing. So, very positive energies that they're wanting to go through here. And then, will you get a new lawyer? The Five of Pentacles is this feeling of worthiness and fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold. Um, not having enough, not being enough. So I feel like, and maybe this is the energy that you're feeling and that I'm feeling like with everything. It's like because you're in this place of feeling this way, you're seeing your entire life through that lens of the fear of lack, right? You can have a new lawyer, you can have different situations. So I feel like this is a message from spirit coming in with all of this is that, yeah, you can get a new lawyer. That was your main question, but anything else spirit wants you to know around all this is that when we have one situation that draws us into our fears, then our entire world is seen through the lens of the energy we're in the moment, right? So when we're feeling down and feeling this lack and feeling that, um, the fear of what will happen, then it colors all of your world. So a way to transform this with the five, the number of transformation, the five of pentacles, is to kind of remember that it's not humans that bring us what we need, but it's creator, source. They bring us what we need in each moment. And so there is this, you know, uh, clarity that comes, wonderful energy of release and surrender and trust. Do we trust the creator that they love us and that they have our back and that they're wanting to, um, bring us that stuff? Yeah, yeah, we do. When we really are honest with ourselves, we can trust you. It's humans we can't trust, right? We are fickle human beings, as we say. Our little inner child, it can go into feeling unsafe and out of control, right? That's what happens. So whatever is making you feel unsafe and out of control has triggered you into this place of fear, right? And then when we're in that fear, we see the world differently until we take a big deep breath, and then we can transform into looking at things from a higher perspective. So hopefully that helps, because I feel like your fear of court and with your ex and all this through, it's just making your whole world feel up in upheaval. But when we step into gratitude for what we do love, what we do have, that we can trust you, that I know things are going to unfold perfectly for me, and you have a perfect track record of getting through 100% of everything you've ever been through, or you wouldn't be here right now. So you've got a great track record. Why would that change now, right? Let's see what else they have here for you for your fortune cookie here. Okay. What else? Yep. The fox, cunning. You're the fox. I know. Let's take a look here. So the fox is a creature of intelligence, cunning, and adaptability. There you go. Known for its cleverness and ability to navigate tricky situations, the fox teaches the power of wit and strategy. So this card suggests that you may need to use your intelligence and resourcefulness to navigate a situation. The fox reminds you that sometimes subtlety and cleverness can achieve what brute force cannot. The higher vibration message of the card is use your intelligence and cunning to navigate the situation at hand. A strategic approach will serve you well. The lower shadow energy of the card says your cunning may be crossing into deceit. Consider whether your actions are ethical or if you're being manipulative in your pursuit of success. Questions you can ask yourself: one, how can I use my intelligence to solve this problem? Two, am I being too cunning or manipulative? And three, what is the most strategic approach to this situation? I like that. Realizing you've got a lot of wisdom, that deceit and whatever, but can we can go like way into a lower vibration of trying to manipulate and deceive people and make them try to control things, or we can use our intelligence and understand people. And um, it's like they're bringing back when I was managing escalated call lines in the corporate life when I was back in the day. I taught my representatives that when someone's yelling on the phone when they come in, that um, the tools you use to help them feel like they're in control when you are really in control, because any moment you could say something that could just like, well, if you pay your bills on time, you wouldn't have gotten that notice. Rah. And they're like, "Oh, that's manipulation." I go, no, that's communication. It's knowing that someone, you're not going to have communication when someone's upset. because they're not listening. There's a wall, and all you hear is mumbling between this big wall. But if you do things to help bring the wall down to there can be open communication, then that's not manipulation, that's communication. It's a tool of communication. And I feel like that's important, whatever that applies for is. Yeah, it's about let's hear, let's validate, this person when they're yelling and when someone's attacking, that means they're feeling unsafe or out of control. So how can I help excuse me, help them feel safe and in control so that they can get out of their child mind and return to their adult mind where there's intelligence, compassion, and loving actions instead of attacking actions or running away actions, right? So we can do that for ourselves and then also for other people. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So Deb, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you so much for your donation. Let me take a quick sip here. The morning frog has not left the building yet. Help with that too. All right. So Deb, let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me do that. And happy Sunday to you. It's a beautiful day here in New England. And so you want, what guidance does your spiritual posse have around releasing before the new moon next Sunday, right? Solar eclipse and equinox. Oh yeah, the equinox too, which is all about falling away as well. I like it. All right, the singing bowl really resonated today. Yeah, it definitely was singing and the vibration yesterday too. It was just like it just kept going and going and going. So I love that. All right. So Deb, what does Spirit want you to know about release? Oh, thought I heard a card, but no. The invisible card. What is that? Let's take a look here. Okay. This here. This here. One by one by one. There's something about patience and releasing control, because it's funny that there was a like I thought there was a card. Where's the card that's supposed to be there? So there's like, well, where's this invisible card? And then, okay, here's your reading. Then one card came out, and then go through the entire deck. Then another card came out. Go through that, another card came out, right? And after that, then all these other cards came out. But excuse me, there is this energy of clearing, releasing, letting go, right? Clear out your throat chakra. But there is this about letting, have patience. What can I let go of? What can I release? And I feel like that the need to control, being patient, trusting the timing of things. The overall energy on the bottom of the deck is the Nine of Pentacles. Here's you in a garden with Spirit, and it's all about fullness and abundance. And there is this energy of a physical dream come true energy that comes in here, and it goes, things will progress, but this is the hermit energy of making sure we're stepping back and connecting with Spirit. That helps us trust the moment and to move forward, because when we're not connected and seeing things from that higher perspective, when we're down in the weeds of the experiences, it can feel definitely overwhelming is a good word. Right? All right, let's see what else. The three slow cards that came out. The first one, Yeah, the Three of Wands. Here's that change of direction. I think you got that yesterday, right? Like, don't be afraid to change directions. That time does unfold, things do move. And I feel like there's this trust of change, trusting the timing, trusting the paths that open up and the movement and the changes of things. Three of Wands is normally like, I'm changing direction with new information. But this feels more like sometimes things change and we can trust that it is for us, right? We can do that, right? In the Garden of Spirit, that's you, right? And then you have the Queen of Swords, yeah, balancing the head and the heart. Here's the Aquarius mind energy with the heart in a cage down here. So it's an indication of when we start getting pulled too much into our air energy of our Aquariusness and all that, that to connect to our heart, inward and upward through our heart. Remember, when our mind starts to go zzz, wants to take us, off into air world, that it's like, let's anchor that with our heart so we can have this beautiful balance between head and heart, right? Queen of Swords rolls over swords, but has the Ace of Cups behind too. So we get Cups energy. So it's about returning to our heart. Just like deep breath, and whenever we start to feel this tightness, it's slow it down and we come back, right? Yep, and the Eight of Swords, this beautiful letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless. So here's that beautiful flow of letting the fears go. And I like this. I mean, because you're so much in a different place than you've ever have been about beating yourself up about when thoughts come in. There was a reading yesterday that had an owl in one of the oracles, and it reminded me of a old story I heard in church back in the day, way back in my early 20s, where a pastor was saying, it's okay, when thoughts, don't beat yourself up with thoughts that come into your head. It's like a bird coming and landing on your head. But if you let it build a nest on your head, that's a different story. If a bird comes and lands, just you can let it shoo it and let it fly away. But if it builds a nest and lives on our head, that's a different story. And it's funny. All the birds flying around their head. That's hilarious. Not creating strings and binding us, right? We're like, yeah, I don't need to let these thoughts rest there, but don't beat yourself up with the thought that comes through, right? And then these three cards came out together. You got the Three of Cups. Here is your spiritual posse. We are here for you. If you need any clarity, want any, you're trying to make a decision, you can ask us for anything. We honor your free will so much, but just remembering that nothing's too small, nothing's too big to ask of them. And even if it's just, can I have clarity around a decision I need to make because I need it to be a no-brainer? And they'll give you information that makes the decision a no-brainer for us too, right? The King of Wands, you hold all the power in your hands, and with the Empress. So the Three of Cups, the King of Wands, the Empress energy. All of this is about you get to create. You are the creatress of your life. You get to choose, right? I like that energy that comes in here because it's nurturing myself. I get to come back to me. The King of Wands clears the throne room of all the chatter of everyone, all this information, everyone telling us what we should and shouldn't do, and all this opinion. They're like, thank everyone. So I appreciate all of your input. Put it in that box on your way out the door. I'll consider stuff, but ultimately I get to decide what is it that I want, put a plan together, and then I put action behind it, right? And I like this, that they're like, it's your life to live and we're happy. They don't judge us of right or wrong. There's just different choices, with different experiences and different outcomes. So I love that message from him here. Underlying energy, you do have the Five of Pentacles, which is, of course, our fear of rejection, our fear of lack, our fear of abandonment, being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough. So, and that the key is always right over there, that it's okay. We can transform and realize, we always have everything we need right here inside of us. Everything else is extra in the outside world. So I don't need something to happen or not happen in order. That doesn't change my worth, doesn't change who I am, just changes my experience out there, but it doesn't change who I am. And I feel like that's an important energy to remember. Yep, you've got this beautiful world card here too, ending of significant cycles, beginning of new adventures. So ending, and ace is a new beginning of the heart. So again, there's this ending an old way. You've reached a heightened place and you're ready to go to the next level. I feel like it's a lot around self-love with this Ace of Cups too. And this empowerment, this realizing more and more. And we realize it up here. It's a different feeling when it kind of just soaks into the knowingness, right? Because we know, I know I'm this, I know I'm this being, I love myself, I know this, but then there's the knowing it down here in the gut, right? This is where I feel this, you've reached, it's like soaking into a deeper stage into your heart where you're like, I can feel this love at a deeper level. And that's what happens when our world is shaken a bit. It just allows us, because it shakes stuff away to allow us to reveal more of that awareness. I like that. Yeah. And the Knight of Pentacles. This adventure of self-worth here, I like that. Yeah. Sometimes we forget, right? That we have the ability to have health, right? Of course, when we focus on healing, like I want healing, uh, then we get to experience things to heal from, because I want to experience what it feels like to heal. Well, in order to heal from stuff, we need to have stuff to heal from, right? Instead of health, gratitude for health, right? It's always a great reminder. And the Knight of Pentacles, it is a slow journey of the outside world. So you're on this quest for the physicalness, and we understand, like with everything that you're experiencing right now, it is a lot to do with the physicalness of your existence, is being spotlighted. Not your only focus, but it is being spotlighted, and so it's trusting the adventure, trusting the journey, that life isn't happening to us, that it is happening for us, right? Yeah, they nudge me to remind it's not me. I'm like, yeah, it's good for us all to remember. I don't want to be healed. I want health, because health is, and gratitude for health, not wanting, but gratitude for health, because wanting is a lack energy. It's like I start to focus on, I'm grateful for what I do have. Any kind of want is a lack energy. It's I'm focusing on what I don't have, and so I get more of don't having. So it starts focusing, I'm so grateful for this, I'm so grateful for that, I'm so grateful for this, I'm grateful for this. That's where our energy goes, instead of on, you know, we we break our arm, we don't, we go get it to emergency and have them put a cast, and then we move on to other stuff. We don't focus on, oh, my arm is broke, my arm is broke, because then it just takes forever to regain its health, because we're focusing on how something is broken, right? That's for anything, really, right? My heart is broken, my life is broken, my career is broken, my relationship is broken, blah blah blah, whatever, right? We're like, nope. What do I love about what's happening? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in, Deb. Enough of beating a dead horse, right? Raise the horse from the dead. All right. Watch you get horse here. No, I think we already got horse before. You got the octopus. Flexibility. How perfect. A giant full moon behind there. All right, let's see what the octopus brings in here. So the octopus, known for its intelligence, right, the mind, and adaptability, symbolizes flexibility and problem solving. Its ability to navigate tight spaces and change color reflects the need for fluidity in life. This card encourages you to remain open minded and adaptable in challenging situations. The octopus reminds you that flexibility leads to creative solutions and success. Yeah, this is number 28 as well in the deck. So there's an 8 there too. The higher vibrational energy of the card says be flexible and open to change. It's like that 3 of wands, right? Be adaptable with things changing. Your adaptability will help you find solutions to your current challenges. The shadow energy of the card says you may be too flexible, losing direction or boundaries. Consider if you're compromising too much and losing sight of your goals. 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, how can I be more adaptable? 2, am I being too flexible or compromising my values? Or 3, what solutions can I find through flexibility? I love it. That's what they have for you, Deb. Wonderful messages from the posse. Octoposse. An octopus, but it's your all of them. I know all this change, right? I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Don't say it. Don't say it. I know, right? I'm just thinking of James Bond movie. You are very welcome. They had octopus in one of the movies. All right. You think, yeah, I know, right? Right here, right here, right here. I love you. All right. So, where we're at here on donations, just to keep everyone up to date. So, up next, we do have Patty, and then Soul Child, and then Vidi Jalan, and then we have Alphonse after that via Z PayPal. So that is where we're at on those. So we will continue here. I'm going to take a quick sip. We'll continue going forward here. All right. So Patty, let's grab your timestamp here. Maybe. All right, there we go. All right. So thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like. Hello, hello. So what's coming for you in the week ahead, especially on the work front? Any new job items, any guidance? So what's coming for you in the week ahead, specifically, especially, let's say here on the work front. Let's look at that first. I feel like we want this one too. Okay. Overall, what's coming? Any new job offers? Okay, and any advice? We got this here. Anything else just for the week ahead? Okay. That one and this one here. This one here. All right. Yeah. Bottom of the deck for the whole week, you do have the King of Swords, which rolls over the suit of swords, but all kings get a second portion of swords, which means a lot of thinking, a lot of clarity coming in this week. And that makes sense a lot here with this eclipse energy that we're in. I feel like they're bringing in that a lot of things falling away that don't serve you anymore, that allows you to go, okay, it's like getting to the top of a summit, being able to look around and see things more clearly. So a lot of clarity coming in here for the week that's here. I'll dive more into the general here in a sec, but for work, what do they want you to know about work? Yeah, the Seven of Pentacles energy, which there's two kind of big sides to this card. One is about patience, and the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is a fruit. I'm not feeling that. This is more like when you get fruit and you're like, "Bah, is this really?" I'm like, I didn't really want a kumquat tree. I want an avocado tree because I love guacamole. So I think I'm going to make it. You're really getting clarity around what you're wanting to change to. I feel like you have a lot of what you don't want, you're aware of, but there's so much available out there. I feel like you're moving from this place of, well, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that because that's like process of elimination. When there's a million jobs, it's going to take us forever. It's like, what am I interested in? Where's my excitement want to take me? Where does my joy want to take me? Where's my heart drawing me? I feel like is an important piece. Underneath all of that, yeah, you have the Page of Cups. Where is your heart drawing you? It wants to take you to a new place, literally to a new place. Of something that is more enjoyable for your heart. Again, what excites me? What makes my heart want to sing and dance? Where's my heart drawing me? It's focusing on what I do want, not what everyone else thinks I should want, or, all this mind. This is all about the heart leading you with career here. Is there any new job offers? Ooh, Queen of Pentacles. Well, this is if you follow your heart, yeah, there is this abundance and this creation that comes in here. So the Queen of Pentacles, even though it's the physical world behind the scenes, all the queens have heart, cups, emotion. If we follow our emotions, and this is a Mother Nature, Mother Nurture card. So if I nurture myself and I choose for me instead of what I feel like everyone else thinks I need to have and do, then there is this offer that comes in. If we're going by our mind, I feel like our energy is pushing stuff away, because it's not for us. But I feel like there is, if we follow our heart, then things come in here along that way too. Um, Guidance around all this, Five of Cups. Yeah. A change of emotion, a change of, it's realizing power of emotional choice here. Um, which is a good thing to remember, to just kind of get to the heart of it. No matter what job we go to, if I'm not happy with and content with myself on the inside, I'm not going to be happy and content with any of my surroundings. I feel like there is this mirror of things showing you and pointing you to your heart, right? Um, that's a big piece, is no matter where I go, there I am. So, what is it that I don't like about the jobs that I've had? And how does that relate to how I feel about myself in some way? Right. So, if it's like bringing back, I had a friend that was like, everywhere I go, they never appreciate me for who I am. And so they would go from job to job because they didn't feel appreciated. The mirror is, if I'm pointing going, these people don't appreciate me, three fingers, pointing back here, where do I not appreciate myself? Wow. When I have that awareness and I start appreciating myself, then the outside world will start reflecting that too, right? So there's a little bit of guidance around that. There's also guidance around emotional choice, that no matter what happens in the outside world, I'm choosing how I feel. A job, people, situations, whatever, nothing external can make me feel any way. It just is, until this noodle applies meaning, a story to it then our emotions start up a emotional soundtrack around this story about we put here. Like, I'm not appreciated. I'm not saying this is what you're doing. I'm just going back to the story that they use. I'm not appreciated. The little violins start playing woo, woo, oh, woo, sad, sad violin songs, right? As I used to say, what's that? That's the smallest violin in the world playing My Heart Bleeds for You. That's the soundtrack that starts to play when we're in despair or, but but I also can be like, wow, I'm recognizing what I'm grateful for in jobs. Um, then it's a happier soundtrack. It's a joyful music soundtrack, right? Our emotions feel different. So I feel like that's an important thing to realize is that, it's not the outside world that's choosing stuff. It's us. We get to choose. We're the ones in control. Let's say overall the energy for the week here. Yep. We got the Lover's card, the power of emotional choice coming in at a major arcana level. So realizing that we get to choose how we feel about anything unfolding. Got the 10 of Wands too, which is an ending of an old energy, beginning, but it's also, I like that with these two coming out together because here we go. Sometimes I get the mirroring of the camera here. You can look at this and go, oh my God, what a burden this is, right? We can look at that and go, oh, that just pour all this burden. Or we can look at it and go, wow, look at all the abundance. So it's we're choosing what we see. And even though we're taught a lot of opinion growing up, when this happens, this is the story, the emotion that I get to choose. So I get to choose the emotional story around anything. Two of Pentacles. Yep. There's choice here. There's this choice energy. Two of Pentacles is choices in the outside world. I get to choose my physical actions. What am I going to communicate? What am I going to focus my physical actions on? What am I going to put out into the world through my physical energy too? And the Strength card, this beautiful Leo energy of knowing that the courage and the inner strength of this card is, again, it comes back to I am the king of my jungle. I get to move forward. I get to go where I want to go and not let opinion stop me from doing what I want to do, kind of energy. And I feel like this is a week of taking courageous steps. Choosing for you is a big kind of theme. I'm feeling a lot through all this too. So hopefully that helps. Let's get to your fortune cookie, see what else we have here. We also have the World card on the bottom of the deck, which is about an ending, significant ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So I do like that. Just to show it to you. The World. Last card in the major arcana, ready for a new step, ready for new stuff. Let's see what else we have here. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention here if you're here. Nope, okay. So what else? There we go. So you have Innocence, the guinea pig. Guinea pigs are so cute. I had a guinea pig when I was a child growing up. What was her name? Lulu. I think I called her Lulu. And all I had to do was touch her. She'd go, wee! It would squeal really loud. She was funny. So the guinea pig is a small and gentle creature. She symbolizes innocence, curiosity, and simplicity. These animals are often kept as pets, cherished for their gentle nature and playful demeanor. This card encourages you to reconnect with your sense of innocence and wonder. The guinea pig reminds you that there is beauty in simplicity and that approaching life with curiosity and an open heart can lead to joy. I like that. There's more here, but the World card that we commented on last, the first card, of course, it goes back and starts at the beginning of the major arcana, which is the full card, the zero, which is this playful energy. It's a world of possibilities. It's like going back to that childlike feel that there's no restrictions. There's not all these rules and blah, blah, blah when we're children before we start getting inundated with all the praise and punishment and suppressed, right? We look at the world as an adventure. There's so much to see, there's so much to do. It's like returning back to that sense of adventure, I feel is important. The higher vibration energy of the card says embrace innocence and approach situations with curiosity and an open heart. Simplicity can bring clarity and joy. So, getting out of our head, this complicates things, this simplifies things. And we talked about, this is a week of clarity for you. Shadow energy of the card says innocence may be leading to naivety. Being naive. I can't say that word. Consider whether you're being too trusting or overlooking complexities that need attention. 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, how can I reconnect with my sense of wonder? 2, am I being too naive in this situation? And 3, what beauty can be found? Wow, I love that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit here. So thank you again for your donation, Patty. Many blessings to you. All right. So, child, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. Give your donation a love and a like since it lets me do that on here. Let's shuffle these cards up a little bit. Move around the stacks. Get some variety. All right. And then let's get these evened out here. All right, there we go. We're going to go with this one for you. So can we tell you how Dante is feeling about you? All right, we'll look at their current energies and see how they're feeling now. So it's a great, I haven't mentioned it in a while. Spirit's just bringing up a good reminder that, realizing how people feel, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world how we are, right? And so the filters through which I see the world vary from day to day, from moment to moment. Like if you wake up not feeling so good, the world kind of feels and looks different. It just taints or tints the whole world in a certain way. When you wake up feeling great and excited and wonderful, wow, everything looks different, right? So we always, when we're looking at from someone else's point of view, realize how they feel about things or you or anything is more about how they feel about themselves that's being projected outward. So, just to kind of set that foundation before we dive deeper. So, how is Dante feeling about you right now? All right, thank you. What else? Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. All right, what else? Anything else? Yeah, I do. I want some underlying energies here. I want this one. I do want this one and this one over here. All right. They're definitely here. The bottom of the deck here, we do have the Page of Cups, which is a heightened feeling of love right now. So they do feel like there's this, they're seeking to take love to a higher level because they're here and they want to be up here, right? And so I feel like there is that intention there in their heart. That's the bottom of the deck. That kind of sets the energy for your reading, the overall reading. First card that came up, though, is the King of Cups, which is a great desire to balance their head and their heart energy here. The King of Cups is also an energy of feeling very compatible. So I feel like they feel like you guys fit really well because it's someone, and they kind of picture you this way, that you're someone that can communicate your emotions, but you're not so emotional that you're emotionally unstable. Because the King of Cups rules over cups, but behind the scenes has swords, air energy, mind energy. So that's you can communicate your emotions, but you also can carry on a good conversation. You're intelligent. You can see things. I feel like you guys really mesh well there, and I feel like that's their current energy is they're kind of reflecting on the compatibility energy. Let's see what else we have here too. Or no, no, stop there. Psh, psh, no. Let's see. Little child. You're welcome. Hey, you're here. Yay. Sorry, I scrolled down. I get caught up in the reading. Sometimes I don't look down here. Yeah, we got the Hierophant. So they are trying to see things differently from a higher perspective. Um, and in that, I feel like they feel like they're getting to know more of who you are. And not that they thought low of you before, but when they're getting to know you more and more, they're realizing these preconceptions. Like sometimes we'll put everyone in certain like boxes and we're like, oh, you're this, you're like these people. And then they get to know you and go, no, you don't belong there. You don't belong in there. You don't belong in there or there. I don't, you're like not one of my boxes. So I'm going to put you here, not in a box. And I feel like that's kind of where they're at. They're getting to know you in a different way around all of this. The Pentacles, I feel like they do struggle a little bit with independence. This introversion, wanting, not wanting to be alone. That's like an extremity. But they're used to being alone, it feels like, and so it's kinda different for them to feel like what is this energy? To feel like they are yeah, right? Um, okay, it's they feared letting people down before, because I feel like growing up, they really were told a lot about what they who they weren't, what they weren't doing right, just really high bar, always beat down kind of energy. And so they liked being just by themselves because if they're by themselves, then they don't worry a lot about letting everyone else down. They just focused on letting themselves down or not. So when they the safety of being alone, I feel like is what they kind of feel safe in. And it's exciting, but it's also a little scary for them to really move forward into relationship energy. So there might be hesitancy, and that might be what you're picking up. It's not about you, it's about them feeling like they're going to disappoint, like they were told that they would, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, Queen of Wands, I do love your fire. Are you a fire sign or do you have a lot of fire in your chart? Because this is very much, they like your passion, your fire of life, your brightness. And I feel like your joy and your brightness and your energy is what drew them towards you because they were like, oh, I want to have that kind of fire, that kind of confidence. You're not arrogant. You're confident, though, that you have that, right? Yeah, he would jeopardize the relationship. Yeah, and that you would beat him with your that big old wand, right? Bam, bam, bam. You better not. Yeah, he does want to move forward emotionally of the heart here. Um, you let a fire in your chart, right? That's great. So I like that. So definitely, definitely movement of heart, and their heart, it's the mind that's where all the expectations they have on themselves that they're afraid of disappointing, and that the heart is all in. It's the mind going, I don't know, this is scary for us, kind of energy. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, I like this judgment card because this is about their higher self again, trying to show them a different way, and showing things from a higher perspective. um, that you know look at things from this place of that there's not right and wrong and good and bad, better or worse. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. But it is about letting go of the judgment. And that's such an important thing. There was something I was listening to earlier today, but it was about when we let go of judgment, then that's when we find freedom because we judge ourselves so harshly because we have ourself under such a strong set of rules that we were fed growing up, all these opinions that we think are rules. But when we realize it's just opinion, and that it's not living in a black and white world, is you're either a success or a failure, there's no gray. There is some great awareness that comes in that. I know for me, I used to live in a black and white world, and when I counseling would be a great idea if he's open to it. You can even tell him the story. Feel free. I shared this openly because I was in a black and white world. I couldn't make a mistake because I felt like then I was nothing. I was either the top performer or a failure. There was no in between. I was either getting a perfect score or, in my mind, even though it was a 99%, I was getting a 0. And when I was in took some counseling, yeah, there was this she goes, "I know it's cliché, but how is your relationship with your parents?" And I go, "Well, they weren't really around a lot. So I had to do but they paid attention to me when I did really well in school. Like if I got all straight A's, then yay. If I got an award, yay. Um, Sometimes even my dad would come to the award ceremony. It's like, what? So I either had to do really well or it was nothing. And that's our relationship to our parents, really. Whoa. And I just sat there as I realized this all or nothing had to do with that, and I was staring off into space like that, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm just seeing my whole life and seeing how it applied to all these areas of my life." So, very important thing for them to realize and for you to understand where they're coming from too. It's like there is a sea of gray. You can, you know, not live up to this unobtainable long list of expectations. Those are just opinion, not rules. Those are just opinion. And you get to decide, not anyone else, getting that empower back. So very interesting. Feel like that can help. Definitely. Underlying energy. Yeah, we got the 4 of Wands, joy, celebration, 2 of Wands. Is this energy of planning and moving forward in a way. The 2 of Wands is like a whatever we focus on also grows and expands. So if I focus in like all those expectations, when I'm focusing on what's going uh, this long list, I'm making sure things are happening, but I focus more on what's not happening. And as I focus more on what's not happening, my energy pulls in more of that energy of not happening. Instead, if we focus in on this moment and gratitude for what I do have, what I do love, then I get more of that. And so it's a great mirror for all of us to realize all these expectations that are just opinion. That if I focus on what I love about what's happening, then I open up the floodgates to receive more and grow that instead of inviting more and growing the stuff that I feel I'm not is not happening, right? So it helps. So, you know, if you're wondering, well, what can I do to help him? Help ourselves first, right? Where are my expectations that I am holding myself to and maybe subconsciously them to in the relationship to? The relationship isn't doing what I am expecting it to do. Well, there we go. There's those expectations, right? I'm not doing the things I think I'm supposed to do or expected to do. The relationship isn't bringing me what I expected to. They're not doing what I think they're supposed to do. So releasing all of that, we start focusing on what do I love about what they're doing? And then even share that with them. That's what you can do to help them. We start with ourself. I identify what I'm truly, sincerely grateful for in the relationship, what I'm bringing into the relationship, what they're bringing into the relationship. And then we communicate that in a loving, sincere, with examples. You can say, you know what I love about you? And they're like, what? Because usually it's like customer service, right? Everyone complains about what they're not getting, but very rarely do people give compliments about what they're enjoying, right? It's our society. But if we're not used to, what, you want to compliment me, I don't know how to accept that, right? We tend to detract and push it away. But it's like, um, what do I, what do I, what I love about you in our relationship? What I love that you care so much, and that, or just how you show up every day. I hear from so many people that, you know, that there's, and you don't even need to go that route because we don't want to put that comparison in there. That's where the root is, comparing ourselves to others. Just focus on what they're doing. I love how you show up every day, and this is how you show up, and I love that about you. And then they're like, wow. They might try to detract and go, well, you do too, but then like go, bzz, bzz. Learn this in a Dale Carnegie class that they had us take when we were in supervisor roles at the corporation I was at. They forced us to sit around in a circle of like sixes. They split us off. We all had to write something we appreciated about each individual. And then we took turns all reading what we appreciated to one person. And all they were allowed to say is, thank you. And it was so hard in the beginning because we want to detract. We're not used to receiving compliments. But it was like, just say thank you. Don't push it off. Don't, let me compliment you back. No, no, no. Let's not, don't minimize my sharing of what I appreciate about you. Just say thank you. And they're just like, wow, okay, thank you. And it's amazing, the change of energy. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. There we go. What else did they want you to know here? You got instincts, the wolf. Oh. Howling at the full moon. Let's see here. I like that kind of that story too. I don't think they're going to talk about it in this card, but how there was the story of the dark wolf and the light wolf, and the grandchild, asked the grandfather or grandparent, yeah, there's a white wolf and a dark wolf. Who wins? And of course, the grandfather or grandparent says, whichever one you feed. Again, it goes back to that energy, right? If I feed the dark wolf gets bigger and they invite all their other dark wolves and they're not potty trained, they poop on your carpet, right? But the white wolf, the higher vibration wolf, right? You feed that, they bring in theirs and they're good. They're potty trained. They don't, crap on your carpet. It's like, what do we want to feed, right? Anyway, so the card says the wolf is a symbol of wild instincts and deep intuition. Wolves are pack animals known for their loyalty and sharp senses. They rely on their instincts to hunt, protect, and survive in the wild. This card encourages you to trust your gut feelings and follow your inner voice. The wolf reminds you that your instincts are powerful tools, guiding you toward what is right and away from danger. The higher vibration message of the card says, trust your instincts in a current situation. They are sharper and more accurate than you might think. The shadow energy of the card is you may be acting on fear disguised as instinct. Consider whether your gut feeling is truly guiding you or it's driven by past trauma or anxiety. 3 questions you can ask yourself. 1, what is my gut telling me right now? 2, am I acting out of instinct or fear? And 3, how can I better trust my inner voice? Ooh, I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again so much for your donation. Glad that was helpful. Many blessings to you. All right. So we're continuing down the list here. We have VD Jalan. Look at this, 145.11. All these ones. I like it. All right, let's give that a love and a like, VD, since it lets me. And your question is messages regarding love for the rest of the year and mid next year. You're wishing for some movement, and what's your energy towards love? All right. Let us take a look on that here. Excuse me as I clear out my pipes here. All right. So, BD, let's take a look here. So, for the rest of this year, which I know seems like, oh my gosh, for the rest of this year, but here it is mid September. We're what? September, October, November, December, 3.5 months away. Where did the year go, right? All right. So, messages for the rest of this year for love. We got that one and this one here. Okay. And then up to mid of next year. Okay. Got that. Not those. Oops, come on. See, we do want these. Sorry, do these two and this one. Very particular how these all go together, they say. So we will do that. And what is your energy towards love? Of course, we'll see if there's movement towards love here as we get into that. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Moon card. The Moon card is an energy here. I was just talking about the dark and the white wolf. Look, here they are in the previous reading. But the Moon card is an energy here of for love and for your particular energy that's coming in with this. There is a lot of emotion below the surface, and you have so much emotion that you can give. But there is this even though it's so full, it's like there's this feeling of emptiness that's there as well. It's almost like there's a cave, an undersea water cave, that there's a pocket of emptiness down there. I'm sure we'll talk about that here with the energies, but there is a bit of, pointing into this, that the only one that can fill up that inner cave is you. The outside world can't fill that up, and I feel like that pocket of air. It's a heart fart. It's down there in a pocket of air bubbling down below. That's funny. but it wants to bubble up, right? Oh no, I don't want that to bubble up. But it wants to be filled, and you're feeling that pressure, within your heart of this. It's like this. It's been getting, I feel like, more intense and more intense and more intense. And so I understand why you're like, I want movement in this, because this feels too uncomfortable. It's getting like really uncomfortable. Well, it's because it's pointing you to your self-love, right? An important thing about relationships, of course, to know with any kind, love, marriage, um, friends, family, coworkers, whoever, all my relationships are a reflection some way, somehow, of my love for myself. And so when, depending on my interactions, it can tell me a lot about how I feel about myself. And if I have this much self-love for myself, no matter how much love I want to give, can only give that much. But also, if someone wants to give me a bunch of love, I can only receive the little drip drip, right? So the more I expand my self-love, the more I expand my ability to give and receive love to the humans in my life as well. So it's always a win-win to raise our self-love, our self-worth by questioning old thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that doesn't serve us anymore, and even things in our physical world that don't serve us anymore. Something we're holding on to, going, well, someone gave me this, and but it brings us low energy or neutral energy. It doesn't raise our energy. It's like, let me just, if it doesn't raise my energy, then let me clear it away, right? Um, so I feel like that's the start with the moon card. So good foundation. Let's take a look here for the rest of this year. Yeah, the Seven of Wands. You're on this journey really the rest of this year about being more true to your authentic self, learning that I don't have to dim my light. I don't need to ask permission to shine. I don't need to defend who I am. I get to shine bright like the sun. It doesn't ask permission to shine. I just do. I'm going to be me. I'm going to not worry if I stand out or not. I'm going to be me because, and if people can't take it, like the sun, if you can't take the sun, they can put on a giant hat and glasses or sunscreen or get in the shade or get in the house, get in the cellar. I don't care. If you can't handle the heat of who I am, then you do what you need to do to be able to do it. That's not my responsibility, right? I like that, this confidence, this really building up there. The underlying energy in that, yeah, the Knight of Pentacles. And that's what happens here. Excuse me. The frog needs to be released. There it goes. Um, when we get a slow moving card, and like you have been feeling like things have been going slow, and you want things to speed up, well, things go slow to give us an opportunity to raise our love vibration instead of doing what we've always done and drawing in what we've always drawn in. We're like, I'm tired of that, right? You're tired of that lower vibrational experiences and people and relationships and that. Like, I am tired of that. I want something bigger, more. Well, it's like our soul communicates with our spiritual past, everything. It slows down relationships and things so that we can raise our love vibration, not drawing in this, because when it slows down our life, we stop drawing in. And then we're able to raise our love vibration, like I said, through our changing of releasing of expectations and our thoughts and our emotions and all of that. That allows us, and as we raise our love vibration, that automatically starts speeding things up. So the speed of which things happening and coming into your life is not happening to you, by spirit punishing us or whatever. It's our energy. Our energy has put us in a slow-mo so that we don't keep drawing in what we have to give us time to do that. But it'll automatically start speeding up the more we focus on raising my self-love. Not looking for love out here, not the search. Point all that energy in here is the greatest productive use of our energy. Because the more I raise my love vibration, the more I'm focusing on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and finding my self-love and raising my self-worth, the more I draw on things that match that instead of that. So I feel like the remainder of the year is more focused on doing that to prepare you. Um, but that's based on current energy. If you step up your inner searching even more than it is now, that just brings it in more. You expand this self-love and self-worth, it just brings it in even faster. So I love that for you. The first 6 months of next year up to mid-year, and I feel like you got three sets, two cards, one card. I feel like the first two cards are the first 3 months. The second set of cards of two is the next 3 months, and then the last card is where you're at midpoint. So based on current energy, the first 3 months, well, if you keep on track what you're doing in the first 3 months is when you do find, 10 of cups, lovers, full of emotion, lovers card. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. uh, so you are introduced to love in the first 3 months. The second 3 months, 3 months to 6 months, I feel like there's this, we have heartbreak and disappointment with the Three of Swords, But the Four of Wands is joy and celebration that comes in here. Now, I don't feel like this is what happens between the two of you. I feel like this, because the Four of Wands is marriage card, and the Three of Swords is expectations around marriage, that there's disappointment, that it doesn't happen fast enough, right? So this is good to know, and you can think about this through these next 3 months of this year, right? That when we have all these expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, that's what sucks the life out of relationship. It sucks the life out of things. And when you're looking at um, a relationship and going, who are they supposed to be? Who are they supposed to be in the relationship? How's the relationship supposed to start? How it's supposed to progress? What's the outcome supposed to be? What is it supposed to bring me? Who am I supposed to be in the relationship? Oof, doesn't that sound exhausting? It feels exhausting. And that's what sucks the life out, because we're always looking at what's not happening. And then the more we focus on what's not happening, then we get more of not happening. And then we face that disappointment. And who wants to be in a relationship? Like if they're saying, you're not being who I want you to be, you're not doing things fast enough the way I want it, you wouldn't want to be in that. Maybe in the beginning, because we sometimes as humans can be so desperate for love. Sometimes we are like, all right, I'll do my best, and we go get exhausted trying to live up to who we think they want us to be, to realize it's not going to matter. It's a constantly changing, unscripted, we don't have the list of what it is, and there's always going to be disappointment. But instead of having that type of, where we're looking at what's happening, what's not happening, because we check off what's happening. That's just, all right, you're doing that. There's not a woohoo, you're doing that. It's okay, you're doing that, you're doing that, you're not doing this. The relationship isn't doing this. I'm not doing this. We're focusing on all that lack, right? But when we switch it around, and what's with like the Four of Wands and Ten of Cups energy, is gratitude too. If I'm grateful for what is happening, who grateful for who someone is, what they do bring into the relationship, how the relationship is progressing, what the relationship is bringing me, what I am bringing into the relationship. When I'm focused on gratitude and what I love about it, I'm in this now, grateful, it grows, it expands. When I'm focused on the future, timelines, um, supposed to be's, not supposed to be's, that's what sucks the life. And it feels like we're trying to catch up. Like we start off in the negative and we're trying to catch up to something. Whereas if we have very little expectations, then everything is about abundance and it feels full, right? So I feel like that's an important thing that you learn in there during the second 3 months is, oh yeah, when they're not doing things the way I think they're supposed to be, oh, this is that lack feeling. I want to focus on what I'm grateful for, because then that changes the whole energy of your interactions, right? Based on current energies, by the mid of next year, yeah, you've made a lot of release with the Eight of Swords. Here's you looking at yourself in the mirror, having let go of a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, expectations that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I like that you get to meet them, that you guys work through this together about disappointments. And before we speak disappointments, we realize, is it there, there's the blame game when we have expectations, and the law we have ourselves under. We have to blame someone. We don't want to blame ourselves, so we blame other people. You're not living up to my expectations. Now, if I put an expectation on you and you don't live up to it, is it your fault for not living up to it? Or is the situation and what I'm feeling because of, you know, what that I put the expectation on someone or a situation? Well, the way I like to clarify that is if I say, Vidi, I expect you to give me $1,000 a day for the rest of your life and the rest of mine. And you're like, I'm sorry to disappoint you, brudda-zen, but you're not going to get that. Now, is that your fault for not living up to my expectation I put on you? Um, or is the source of my disappointment my expectation? It's really realizing, wow, I can release people from that expectation and we're all free. I'm not trying to police everyone, making sure you're giving me that $1,000 a day, and you're not worried about disappointing me. There's this beautiful freedom that comes when we start focusing on what I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for your donation you made today. And that's it. I have no expectations of it. I'm grateful for it. It's such different energy than, all right, well, I expect you to do this every day now. It's like, suppression versus freedom, right? I love that. Um, and then what is your energy around love? I got the Three of Pentacles. Underneath, there is this energy here of wanting, and it comes back to the Seven of Wands, because both of these cards are about being true to your authentic self, allowing yourself the creativity, allowing yourself this expression. This is what your heart wants to do. It wants to be itself. It doesn't want to try to be what it thinks everyone else thinks you're supposed to be lovable and acceptable. It wants to trash all that and go, I want to express this love in my heart in the way that brings me joy. And in you doing that, you attract someone that also loves you doing that, instead of we try to put on a facade to be, you know, it's not that we try to put on a facade, but we end up putting on a facade because I'm trying to be what everyone wants me to be instead of being myself. And this is your heart is like, I don't want to try to be, it's like I don't want to try apply for a job to be someone's love of their lives. I want someone just to look at me and go, "Oh my God, you are so amazing. I just want to be around you and just you." That's what our heart wants, right? And then the King of Pentacles, yeah, looking for a solid sense of worth as well. Which this journey, this adventure we're on as humans is an adventure of worth, and um, because we come from a place where we're priceless. And then down here, our adventure is about um, understanding that worth more. And of course, we're taught define yourself by all the things in the outside world. The King of Pentacles, they go through the entire Pentacle suit, but one of the big things they learn is when I defined myself by the three buckets that we're taught to define ourselves by of the outside world, I felt unstable because those three buckets are unstable. What are those three buckets? Well, number one, relationships with humans. Because people change, people walk away, people pass away. If I define my worth by the relationships I'm in, or whether I have one or not, and that's family, friends, lovers, whoever, then I feel unstable because that's unstable. Situations are the other things: jobs, education, social status, whatever situations we can get into, they're constantly changing. They never stay the same, right? So when I define my worth by those things, I feel shaky. Like, well, the job I have. Well, what if the jobs end? Jobs change. Uh-oh, my worth suddenly changed. Oh no, And then things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, those things break down. They blow up, burn down, deteriorate, are stolen. So when we define ourselves by those things, then we feel unstable too. So all the stuff of the outside world is unstable, and it all points us back inward. Eventually, we grow tired of the instability, the feeling disappointed in the outside world, not feeling fulfilled by the outside world. It all points us back inward and upward, whereas the only thing that we find, the only stable thing on the planet, in this realm, the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. Eternal lasts forever, right? That's awfully stable. Unconditional means no conditions, nothing we have to do to earn the love of the upper realms, nothing we can do to lose it either. Very stable. So when my worth is defined by that stability, then nothing in the outside world impacts my worth. My worth stays the same no matter what people do or don't do, say or don't say, or whatever unfolds in the outside world. my stability. I am priceless. When we look to the outside world of how we're worth to the outside world, that's not self-worth. Self-worth comes from self. That's retail price, as we say. So what am I worth to others? That's retail. We end up on the clearance rack eventually, right? So good, solid energies there. Hopefully that helps, VD. I feel like that's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well. All right. What else do they want you to know here? You've got the crow. I love crows. With magic. So let's see what we have here. Crow, crow, crow. The crow, known for its intelligence and mystery, symbolizes magic, transformation, and hidden knowledge. Crows are often seen as messengers from the unseen world, representing the power of intuition and deeper truths. This card suggests that magic and change are at play in your life, and you should trust in the unknown. Oh, I know, right? The crow reminds you that not everything is as it seems, and hidden forces may be guiding you. The higher vibration message of the card is embrace the magic and mystery around you. Trust in the unseen and be open to transformation. The shadow side of the card says you may be dismissing the magic in your life or relying too much on logic, expectations, the mind, right? Consider whether you're closing yourself off to possibilities. Questions you can ask yourself: how can I connect more with the magic in my life? 2, am I dismissing the unknown or unexplained? And 3, what hidden forces might be at work? I love it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. The crow. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And Alphonse Faciel, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation via Z PayPal. Oops, I hear my stomach growling. Growl, growl. All right, there we go. There's your timestamp. So thank you so much. And I think you just saw your question here. Your question is, hello, hello. I don't realize I do that. It's an echo. I echo myself. Okay, let's shuffle these up here. Actually, let me switch these off here. Oh, actually, I had to switch them off. All right. So, will Brandy and you get married in 2026? All right. Based on current energies, let's see here. Will you guys get married in 2026? And anything else they want you to know here? Okay, that's it. All right. Ooh, bum, bum, bum. Bottom of the deck, you have the Emperor card. It is an Aries new beginning energy, but it also is an empowering energy. And it's so there is possibilities of it because the Emperor, it's all about power of choice. The Emperor rules the empire, and they, have the power of choice. But they also have this whole room full of people yapping with this is what the empire should be, or all these opinions, blah, 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 right? And the emperor like clears away all of the, let me clear away everyone out of the throne room. They can leave their opinions in a bin on their way out the door. And then the emperor gets to sit and decide, what is it that I want? And then I put a plan together, and then I put action behind the plan. So I do feel like there is this energy here of possibilities that if you're focusing in on what you love about your relationship with Brandy, and as you do that, then it invites the possibilities of that coming in. If you focus on want and need and any kind of lack energy or fears, then we actually push it away. So that's why they're saying it's up to you. It's available to come your way, but it depends on what choices you make as the emperor of your life to see what comes in. So that's the underlying energy. Let's see what else they have here as well. So you have 3 cards and 4 cards. The first 3 cards, we have the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve anymore. You have the Four of Cups, which is going beyond regular emotions and finding your self love. Because outside love, you can see how bored they are. Outside love doesn't bring fulfillment. It starts with the inner love. So there's a lot of emotional work here. And you have the Page of Pentacles, which is taking things to a new level and an opportunity for things that's here, right? You're finally over, Lisa. I'm so proud of you. Woo woo, right? High five. You've like released that. I like that. So there is this, energy of looking for your self-love, realizing the only love that's going to fill up your heart is your self-love. And then the love that someone else gives you is a above and beyond extra. But if we're looking for them to fill that up, that's what this tells us is it's empty. It doesn't fill us up. But when this fills us up, then it flows over and fills up all our cups. And when someone gives it, it's like wow, instead of oh, why don't I feel fulfilled with you? Why I'm wanting more and more from you, but you can't give me more, right? That's what ends up between humans. We're looking for something from people that it's like we have a big one of those big oil tankers, and all that someone can give us is like they have a gas can. That's all they can pour in there, and we're like, that's not even going to fill up hardly any of that big, oil tanker. Maybe a can of oil that makes more sense than a gas can, but it's like an oil can. This is what I can offer you. You're like, I'm going to need a lot more cans to fill that up, and they're like, I can't do that. It's because we need to fill up our own self first, right? You finally started to love yourself first. Oh, I love that. Oh, isn't that amazing? Finding that I like that self love because that's exactly how that works. So I like this that the Eight of Cups is letting go of older relationships that don't serve you anymore. So this is good. I feel like this is like the first steps that have happened, right? And you're putting that into practice and letting that really be the foundation of your relationships. The Eight of Cups does say there might be some old emotions below the surface, as we always have, as we release things throughout our life, that there are some emotions that we can let go of, maybe some relationships with other people that are where you're giving a lot of emotion to people and you're not getting a whole lot back, that you can back off of some of these or let things drift away so that all this emotional energy that you're investing in some black holes or it's non-reciprocal, you're the one keeping relationships with people alive, to get that emotional energy back so you have that emotional bank to put forward with your relationship there as well. But I feel like that's a lot of what you're doing and have been doing. And then here's the four of other 4 cards. Let's see what this is bringing. I feel like this is stuff that you have been doing. This is what's unfolding, or any other advice they have for you here. Yeah. Eight of Pentacles, cycles, trust the cycles, trust the process. The Eight of Pentacles, just keep putting in as they say, the blood, the sweat, the tears. You will see the transformation of your relationship, and you will see the fruition of your relationship. But I like that you understand it's the more I raise my self love, the more love I can give and receive for the outside world too. So the more you both are expanding your self love, the more it just flows, right? Yep. Queen of Wands, being aware of your energies. Again, that instead of focusing, as we tend as humans, we're taught to focus in on what should be happening, supposed to all those expectations. When we do that, that's what sucks the life out of something. But if we invest our energy in what we do love, like I love how um, it just works with them. And it's like telling them sincerely what you love about what they bring into the relationship and who they are. Oh, wow. Yeah. So you guys really get to know each other over like real communication, right? Because you don't get to see each other like every moment, right? So you get to learn about each other through communication and all of that too. But the gratitude for what this is talking about, the gratitude for what someone is bringing in, being aware of where you're investing your energy. Am I investing energy in gratitude for what is happening? And how much energy am I investing in a need for other things to happen? Because that's lack energy. If I'm not grateful for what I have today and I'm pushing and rushing or needing something for tomorrow, then that's going to actually push it further away and bring in more lack, right? So we return to it's okay to hope and dream, but let majority of our energy be around gratitude because that's what grows things, right? Yeah, Two of Cups. I love it. It is a great relationship joining hand in hand. So I like this for you. It very much feels like things are progressing. And yeah, the Queen of Cups. Very emotional energy and emotions shared. And that's such an important thing. I feel like you both have a lot of water in your charts. Real communication. I love it. Yeah. And that's isn't that amazing when we're and stay, keep that, right? Keep that, because when we have very little expectations, it's all gratitude we have this, but if expectations grow, it starts to shrink. And then eventually, right, we get engaged and we get married and we're like, all these expectations of what everything's supposed to be. We live in this. Why did it change? Where's this lack? Instead of enjoying and celebrating what something is. So being aware of energy and allowing this emotional and celebrating this emotional energy and connection you have. I love this for you guys. So I feel like that's the big messages that they have here. We'll grab a fortune cookie too. Um, but definitely with that Emperor card, it's you choose um, you choose the energy, you choose what you would like to move toward, and just continue the growth with that because it just grows together, and then you'll know when it's right. And I feel like you'll be the one, of course. I feel like you're the one that would. Uh, I feel like she would want you to initiate the proposal. Um, I don't feel like she's, someone that would. I feel like she honors your power of choice and um, she'll let you choose the time because I feel like she kind of goes. She's very connected. That Queen of Cups reminds me of like the High Priestess. I feel they're very in tune, very intuitive. I feel like you both are. That's why very empathic. You guys feel each other's emotions, and when you're these empathic hearts you have that come together, it's like whoa. These emotional experiences. It's like, you know. Whereas before it felt like someone would only give you a little like the Vicks NyQuil cup. This is how much emotion they give you. In the past, you're like, "That was good. Where's the rest?" And they're like, "That was it for today." And you're like, "Oh, so this, like those water jugs that you put over and dig dig dig. It's like that big water jug you gave. You're like, oh, thank you. Now you have someone that gives equal and back, right? I love it. Your fortune cookie says, what is the I don't even know how to say that. Axolotl? I love this because it is regeneration. Let me see if they give the pronunciation of this. The axolotl maybe? But it's a unique amphibian known for its ability to regenerate lost limbs, symbolizes healing, regeneration, and resilience. I love that. This card suggests that you have the power to heal and regenerate no matter the challenges you face. This creature encourages you to trust in your ability to recover and to embrace the process of healing, which I feel like you have. I feel like this is like a affirmation for you. The positive or the higher vibrational message on this says, you are in a phase of healing and regeneration. Trust in your body's and spirit's ability to recover and renew. The shadow side of the card says you may be avoiding the healing process or trying to rush through it. Consider whether you need to slow down and give yourself time to truly regenerate. Something to consider. Questions you can ask yourself. 1, what needs healing in my life? 2, am I allowing myself enough time to regenerate? And 3, how can I support my body and spirit in the healing process? So I like that. Allowing time, not rushing. There's no rush. When we're living our dream, every moment we're spending with someone is living the dream. It's not my dream is fulfilled when things get to a certain outcome in the future. You're living your dream now. I like that for you. So I love that for you. Very good. Oh, right on the head. Yeah, I hear you. I get it. All right. So that is what they have for you, Alphonse. Thank you again for your donation. I'm so happy for your adventure. And I like it. I think we probably talked about that when, letting them go, that there would be someone coming for you if they're bringing back a reading from the past for you. That, yeah, it's kind of rough in the beginning when our heart is like, but I want that, and it's like it's not for our best. We're learning a lot about it, and isn't it amazing the appreciation we have for someone who's able to give equally emotionally when we've experienced someone who wasn't able at that time in their life to be able to do that, how much we appreciate. Whereas before we would have just assumed this is what we all should do. And you realize, no, that's not the norm. We think it's normal that everyone can give the same way we give love. And then you realize that's not true. There's a wide variety out there. And then when you do meet someone that it meshes like you guys are, there's like this extra appreciation that wouldn't be there had you not experienced that. So we're like, thank you, stepping stone. It makes me appreciate um, this person so much more. So I love that. Blessings. All right. I think that's it for my donations for this session. So let me grab all the free readings here and we will complete them now. So we did that one. We did that one. Let me just grab them all here and then we will begin. So it'll take me just a moment. I might run to the little boys' room too. I drink a lot of tea and water, which has gone right through me. And so I can focus patiently on your readings. I'm just going to run to the little boys' room real quick. All right. Let's grab this one. So there's a Dee and Kathleen Hughes. I see yours there. Whoops. Come on, mouse. There it goes. Grab Kathleen's. Give me myself some more space here. Okay. Okay, we got Mika Khan. Let's grab yours there. I had some others before that. So if you guys were at the beginning, I have those. Carmel Desmond, who's crazy in love with you. I love it. All right. We did those. All right. Olivier. Hey, Olivier. Okay. Then we did all those. We did all those. Make sure I didn't skip anyone. All right. There we go. Then we have Paula. Put you down here. Then we have the hit mix. All right. And touch of love. Hello, hello. Got yours there. Okay. All right. Whoops. Okay. And then we've got Ajit. Sorry, just grabbing them here. That'll make it easier. All right, very good. Sorry, Vidi, I just saw your comments. I'm so glad. All right, so I've got the list. I'm going to run to little boy's room. I'll be right back. Take me just 2 minutes. All right. Thank you guys so much. Much better, much better. Now I can focus. All right, so what I'm going to do is I've got 2 decks here of the Light Seers Tarot, so I'm going to just shuffle them up. This represents the energy of all the free readings. So we're putting them all in. I love when Spirit does this because it's amazing just how it all works out. Okay. Do this one 3 times. All right. Thank you. Let those put back in the middle. All right. And they want me to cut the middle. Okay. There we go. So that's the first stack and then the second stack. Okay, and shuffle these up. So this is for all readings. Okay, and split that one too. All right. So here we go. We'll pull 1 card from each stack for each of the free readings. All right. Let's take a sip. Cheers, everybody, and we'll jump in. So we will start off with Starfall at 228.22. Let's put that down here. The keyboard. Okay. So Starfall, you want to know what's coming in love this month? You're single. All right. Wow. Well, you do have these possibilities. You have the 8 of Wands, fire energy, and the Emperor too, which is Aries, fire energy. But when we're looking at the combination of these two, this is an energy of, it's like if you focus on your energy on like the gratitude for the love that you have experienced in your life, especially like if you're looking for romantic love, right? Especially focusing on what love, you're single, so you don't have like the love in your life, like romantic love, but the romantic love you've had in the past, the specific things you were grateful for each individual. And I know it's you're not gonna be like, I want someone like that. Usually it's I like that about them. I loved this about them. I was grateful for this about them. I was grateful for this about them, grateful for this about them. We're basically, when we have gratitude for it, then that's the kind of what we draw toward us, right? It allows us to open to love. And even the love that we have in our life right now as well, which can be non-romantic love too. Just gratitude for all the love that we have draws more love toward us, right? If I focus in on like I want love, I need love, I fear I won't find love, what I hated about love, we push the love we're looking for away and we draw in stuff we're fearing and not looking, right? So it's about really with all this, and I feel like they're telling you this because with the Eight of Wands, there's a great amount of energy able to come in, and especially eclipse season, it makes sense because energy is magnified. Whatever you're focusing on is coming in faster and bigger. So if I'm like focusing on, I'm going to get, whoa. If I'm focusing on all the love I have and all the love I have had, then whoa, right? So there is this ability here. And I feel like this Eight of Wands is really standing out. Like within the next 8 days to 8 weeks is when you can draw in the next loving experience, um, either higher vibrational or lower vibration, whatever you're focusing on. So I feel like it's very important to really realize what it is and what I do have in this moment, not focus on the lack of want and need. Because when I want a relationship, it means I feel I'm lacking something in this moment. But when I focus on the love I have of Creator and of the people in my life and the loves I have had, and I'm so grateful for it in this moment, then I draw in more. And that's what brings something more in. So it's actually not focusing on wanting because that's lack. It's focusing on what I have and have had that brings it in. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you right now, Starfall. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Patricia, you are up at 232 even. Look at that. Let's grab that here. There we go. And you're planning to leave an unhealthy living situation and embrace the unknown. Advice from Spirit Team. Maybe Uncle Jimmy. All right, Uncle Jimmy. Let's see what we have here. I had an Uncle Jimmy too. Wow. Very, very supported here. You have the World card, which is the last card in the major arcana, which is ending of significant cycle, beginning of a new adventure that feels free and open and full of possibilities. And 10 of Cups brings you joy, fullness over here. So I feel like it's, very supported here. And I feel like your Uncle Jimmy, they're like, all right now. So I feel like this is something that they would kind of say as well. Like, we don't run away from things, we run to things. So I feel like this is not escaping a situation. And it's all about the energy is I'm changing my energy from I'm not trying to get away from something I hate, because what that does is put my focus on that stuff, which draws more in. But I'm focusing on following my heart and following what I'm going to somewhere where I want to be, not trying to run away from somewhere where I don't want to be. There's a difference in that energy. You feel that difference. That's what they're wanting to bring in for you, is to realize, um, to focus on following your heart. Where's your excitement? Where's your joy? Where's your heart leading you? That's where I'm going. I'm just realizing this situation became uncomfortable so that I would follow my heart. So I'm not going to look at it as have like low vibrational energy towards it. I'm going to you have the ability to look at it as a gift. Thank you for not being so comfortable enough that I wouldn't want to leap forward into this joyful journey that I'm going to go on. Had it been comfortable enough, I would have stayed. But when current situations become so uncomfortable where this outweighs it, then I'm able to, head out and go off in, this different direction, right? So I love that. I love that for you. um, Anything else, Uncle Jimmy? Not my Uncle Jimmy. Stay out. Your Uncle Jimmy. I'm just kidding, Uncle Jimmy. Uh, else is there here? I feel like there's something else that they were wanting to say. Following your heart, following your joy, heading in that direction. World of possibilities. Yeah, I feel like the big change of this is the change of energy, and that instead of unhealthy, we can say uncomfortable, because that changes it from a judgment of they're not healthy and this wasn't healthy to this was uncomfortable and it was designed to be uncomfortable, like an eagle's nest, where an eagle builds this nest that's craggly, sticks, and they in within the nest they put cloth and they put um, furs and comfortable things for the egg and for the little baby eaglets. But when the eaglets are teenager eagles, it's time for them to learn to fly. They're like, why learn to fly? I don't need to go anywhere. Just keep bringing me this food and keep it comfortable, and I'll stay right here. I got room service. Psst, I don't need to learn to fly. And the parent eagles understand, no, you have to learn to fly. So they rip out the uncomfortable things. I mean, the comfortable things, which makes it uncomfortable. They end up having to be on the edge of the nest and onto the branches, and they're like, well, this isn't fair, and they stop bringing as much food in too, so that they're like, they desire, oh, like, fine, I'll learn to fly, I'll take the leap, I will leave the nest and fly and learn to hunt on my own. And that's the kind of energy I feel is coming in here. So I feel like that's what Uncle Jimmy would want you to know. So hopefully that resonates there for you. All right, so many blessings to you. All right. Oh, how funny. And then we have Eagle. We just talking about eagles. So Eagle, you are up. Like I said, we were just talking about you. Well, eagles, not you specifically. So Eagle, what we have here, you wanted a general for the upcoming week. All right. Yeah, it seems like a bit of a maybe a slow feeling week with the temperance card, which is about patience and things going slow. Even the hanged man, it's a card of transformation, but it's a card of slowness. It's about taking time to see things from a higher perspective. And that's why things are slowing down, so that you can take the time to kind of step back, look at things before making leaps, before moving forward on anything. So there is this um, importance of doing that this week. There's going to be maybe an important situation, maybe more than one, but I feel like one important one, maybe a few smaller ones, that it's going to make a huge difference if you like pause, take a step back, take a deep breath, because I feel like in that pause period you get new information that, whoa, wow, if I didn't know that, I would have totally made a decision that would have instead of taking you to a higher place. So I feel like the pausing this week to see things from a different perspective and get new clarity is important for you. Um, yeah, and that's what all I have for you in this one, Eagle. So that's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. So if you hear my stomach, it's growling. Behave. All right. So Maria P, you are up next. Let's grab yours here. So Maria, you'd like a general for you. Let's see what we have going on here. Yeah, you got two number eights. I love this. So you have the lion, the strength card, the major arcana number eight, and you have the eight of cups. Eight of cups is about walking away from relationships that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you anymore as well. And um, yeah, it's interesting. I've never noticed this before. This shadow actually looks like an ace of cups from a distance. I didn't notice that, but looking in the camera, it looks like here's the ace of cups. Even that's the ace of cups. But it's about, and this isn't about leaving Wally, unless that resonates with you, but I don't think this is it. This is realizing that you have the courage and the strength to walk away from any relationship any emotions that you don't want to invest in anymore. And it's an important thing. Eight of Cups is doing an emotional inventory. What are the relationships in your life that you don't feel are, um, you know, balanced, where you're always giving 80, 90%, even 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy into a relationship. I'm only getting 10, 20, 30% consistently. You know, real, really a healthy relationship is, it changes. Some days you can give 20, some days someone else can only give 20. And it's okay. We make up the difference, or we allow on days where both of us can only give 20%. We realize that's just this moment and that's okay. But if it's consistently always someone only giving back, maybe consider backing off to only giving in 50%, see if they make up the difference. If they don't, let it drift away. Or you might have relationships already, friends, family, whatever, that you're like, nope, not going to worry about it anymore. And you get all that emotional energy back for you to spend emotionally to what is important to you. It's also about understanding there's emotions that are pushed down below the surface from the past, 7 years old and younger, that anger, or sadness that you had to push down because you were told, quit your crying or I'll give you something to cry about. Or if you don't quit your tantrum, I'm going to give you a spanking. And you were taught to push those emotions down instead of allow yourself to feel them and express them. Well, now's the time to allow your inner child, embrace them, allow them to express it so that that's not charged anymore. And then all that emotional energy that you take to keep that down also returns back to your emotional bank. So I like that. But I feel like there's this importance. You have the courage and the inner strength. You have everything you need inside of you. You have this beautiful relationship with your higher self that you always have access to, that you can walk away from anything that you feel it doesn't serve you emotionally anymore. So I like that empowering message there. So that is what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Hey, Marissa. Oh, they did contact you last night. Yours was the where you got the card, right? That it was going to be the third before the 13th or 14th. Was that the one that we were like, wow, wow. Thank you for letting me know that. Wow. Interesting. Gotta love spirit, right? All right. All right. And then Ashish Balkaran, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here, Ashish. So, Ashish, will you be successful to move to a different country? All right, based on current energies. Yeah, we have the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration. So it is possible for you to do that. There's just with the Five of Swords, there's a bit of conflicting mental energy that comes in here, where it's like your head is battling with your heart. Your heart wants to go to this different country, it's drawing you, right? And your mind is bringing up obstacles, and there's some beliefs that can be released here because that's the mind is the one that's trying to kind of protect the heart, and in it it's kind of bullying the heart, telling it, no, 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 we can't do that, we need to do this. Having all these expectations, in fact, they kind of almost exhaust the heart's desire to go by bringing up all the stuff that could go wrong and all the stuff that has to happen and all these expectations that are not required by the country or countries to be able to go to them or whatever, but that it's the mind that is limiting it. That's where our limiting beliefs come from, right? So it's important to bring those up, to face them, and to trans transmute them, or what's the better word for those, to bring light to them to show that they're untrue so that they'll just dissolve and not impact you anymore. But definitely the Four of Wands, I feel like there is, that joy in following your heart. Yeah. Just this thing is the noodle, the little noggin here is the one that's bringing up the limiting beliefs. Oh, well, it's going to be difficult. That's a belief. No, it doesn't have to be difficult. We can say Moving to another country comes to me easily and effortlessly. Creator, show me the way. I'm so excited. Instead of, oh, So really pay attention to those mental beliefs. But I feel like things can happen fast if you will get beyond those barriers. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. Ateshi, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. So Ateshi, you want to know, is Hugh Lee interested and will they make a move near eclipse season? I am doing well. Hope you're doing well. All right. It does feel here there, the Three of Cups is joy, celebration. There's emotion there. The Knight of Swords is movement of communication. So I feel like there will be more communication coming here. The Three of Cups is friends energy, like your social group and friends group. I feel like they will. The Knight of Swords is normally a fast moving card or a faster moving card. The of course, the Knight of Wands, the Knight on Fire is the fastest. The Knight of Pentacles is the slowest. So the Knight of Swords and Cups are usually the medium moving. But I feel like they'll start in group kind of energy of hanging out with other people, because I feel like they want to, with this Knight of Swords, even though it's movement of communication, it's also, I want to gain clarity. They need to really, 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 really feel like they know someone before they'll move emotionally, because they've moved fast in the past and it bit them in the bohiny, in their booty. And so they're very careful about fast moving. Not that they think that you're not being truthful or whatever, but they know that sometimes we deceive ourselves, and as we spend time with people we gain clarity. So I feel like it's going to be movement more in groups first, and then from there they will see if there is the not just energetic attraction but emotional, and if they want to take it further. So I feel like be on the lookout for invites. And you might even, if you guys have a mutual friends group, you might be hanging out there more as well. But I think it starts there. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ateshi. So many blessings to you. All right. Brenda Globy, you are up. Hello, hello. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Undo. There we go. Hit the wrong button. There we go. I'm so grateful for the undo button. Let me take a quick sip here. So what messages does Spirit have for is regarding for AS regarding their love life in the physical world? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, it feels like here the block that's been here with the Nine of Wands that's keeping them from moving forward is the Five of Pentacles. There's some underlying uh, energy with the Five of Pentacles of the fear of abandonment, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold. It's beliefs and fears around lack and not being enough, not having enough, right? So some underlying energies and beliefs that even though I want love, I want love, I want love, right? Below the surface, the inner child's going, no, we don't deserve it yet. We have to do so much before we would deserve so little. So there's some out of balance rate of exchange of how much love I have to give before I can receive it. And when they're in this space, when the inner child's in that space with this way out of balance, reciprocation of love, they'll put up forest fields, not allowing stuff to come in until they feel it's been met. So it is helpful for them to really look at their beliefs that are below the surface. These are beliefs that were created like when we were 7 years old and younger. I know, right? Way back then, our emotional body, when it created at 7 years old and younger, it didn't know any better. It goes, "Oh, I have to give 1,000 love coins to deserve one? Okay, that seems fair." We don't know what fair is as a child. That goes down into the subconscious, and it runs on autopilot down there till we bring it up consciously. Look at who were those individuals when we were younger that we defined our worth by, about our, where this reciprocation of energy comes from. But it's that worth energy, and release forgiveness for our own sake, where we pour out those, you know, pains. We choose to forgive so that we're no longer. I love how this definition of forgiveness, which is, I'm choosing to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. So I pour out the pain so I can become a vessel of love instead of a vessel of pain. And it's important here for that to be released, because otherwise our inner child keeps love away. If love comes in, repelled out. Love comes in, repelled out. We don't deserve that yet. So I feel like that's the big message here, because that'll release those. As soon as we are able to bring that down where we deserve one to one at our subconscious inner child level, then those force fields drop. The little inner child throws away the chalkboard and the breaks all the chalk, going, I don't have to keep track anymore. It's equal, one for one, you know. So I love that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you for AS, Brenda. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Cat Goddess, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Make sure I type that right. Okay. And then, what unexpected blessings and or miracles can you expect soon, or even in the present, near present moment? All right, let's see what we got here. Well, it looks like you do have got the Wheel of Fortune coming in here. So there's a lot of things that can come your way here, both I feel relationship wise, abundance wise. I feel like there's a lot of things that want to come your way, but this Eight of Swords is what allows it to come your way, because um, these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, you're reflecting on this and you're releasing these old, outdated thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore. You had these, they tell me, from when you were younger. They protected you when you were younger, and um, allowed you not to feel threatened or ostracized, like you were going to get rejected by your family, your core friends, your tribe, right? Because that's what we fear as children when we're younger. That, oh God, I'm going to do something wrong. I'm going to get ostracized and rejected, and then what's going to happen? I'm going to um, I'm going to die alone and starve to death and get eaten by wolves, or something. Whatever our fear is, right? And I feel like um, though they protected you back then, it's like a baby gate. They protected us. Now that we're not babies, we actually end up tripping over them and almost breaking our neck, falling down the stairs because we tripped over the baby gate. It's a time to remove the baby gates so that things just flow. And I feel like that's the important thing here. But so whatever these old thoughts and gates that slow things down can be removed. So questioning some things, and if we're not aware of them, can even ask your inner child, what beliefs do you have? You can do that through tapping to connect to your inner child, or um automatic writing, or writing with your non-dominant hand. There's whatever ways. I'm sure you have ways that you can connect with your inner child. Can ask them, what beliefs do you have here? And they'll share you. Oh, well, the memories will come up of emotional memories that the mind created. Because I felt pain, I created this to not happen. Also, when I got rewarded, I created this so that I would get more reward, or it wouldn't. So there's a lot of constructs that are slowing things down and blocking things as I see someone tripping down the stairs, tripping over a baby gate. It's like, so hopefully that helps, Cat Goddess. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Right, Aditi, you are up. We've got 255 even. Look at that. So Aditi, a reading. What's coming towards you in your love life? No context situation. All right, let's take a look here. All right, you've got the Judgment card here, which is your higher self showing you different perspectives here. And the Chariot card is about power of choice moving forward here. So the combination of these two major arcana cards, it's important. Major arcana means it's really significant for your life. It's not just like a daily kind of thing. This is a life changer for you, because the no contact situation with the Judgment card, what I feel coming in here is um, there's something more for you. And with this no contact, it's like a tower. When something's removed out of your life, it is removed out of your life for you to make space for something that's more in alignment with your higher self and what you're wanting in this life. And it clears the pathway for you to move forward. So the no contact isn't a punishment, isn't happening to you, it's happening for you. And you will always get to have the power of choice, your free will of the story you put to anything, the emotion you feel with anything, the energy you put forward, and your physical action. But they're really bringing in that there's another choice, a lighter choice, meaning there was a dark horse that they wanted, that they were letting go away, so that the light horse can come in, something that feels brighter and more like your energy, that matches your frequency and your energy, instead of something that feels, what is this feeling of walking on eggshells? I'm afraid that if I do something wrong, that they're gonna disappear. No contact, right? It's this energy of, wow, I deserve to be in a relationship with someone like myself that wants to communicate, wants to be there, is open, is patient, right? Not suddenly, oh God, you did something that I didn't like. Psst, I'm out of here. You're wanting this, you deserve this, right? And this is what is unfolding here for you. So allow the motion, allow the release, and going, yeah, this happened for me. Now I'm moving forward into what's next on the adventure, because there's an upgrade that's available, someone that matches more your energy than the no contact situation. So hopefully that helps, Aditi. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Kathleen Hughes, you are up. Will you be getting the apartment in Old Irving Park? All right. Based on current energies, I don't feel like you will with this, but it's for the best. Look at these two full moons. The Seven of Swords is about deceit and lying, and the moon card is about hidden things. So I feel like that that if you like this apartment, that there is something they're not telling you, um, things that would come up that you don't know about in that area or in the apartments, or there's something that you're being spared from by not getting in there now at this time, because there's a lot of hidden and deceit energy. The moon card with the Seven of Swords is all about lying, deceit, hidden things, and uh, that will be revealed later when it's too late. It's like, oh. So I feel like that it won't there, but it's for your best. And so it's like trusting, going, all right, sometimes when that door doesn't open, there's a hungry lion on the other side ready to pounce. And so it's like, all right, I don't see that because of where we're at in our human view, but spirit is going, you know, with all that. So I feel like that's what they have here for you, Kathleen. Definitely if you, all right, I'm releasing that. What else? Get still, get quiet with spirit and just say, guide me, heart, close your eyes like I am, open your heart. Where's your heart leading you? Go check that place out. So that's what they have for you, Kathleen, right now. So many blessings. Hang in there, right? Thank God for unanswered prayers sometimes. All right. Mika Khan, you are up. You're at 3 hours and 12 seconds. And I'm going to finish out all the free readings in this session rather than leave and come back here. Since I just have less than, I got couple more than a handful left. So we'll finish them all here. So Mika, you're in $200,000 in debt and you want to get rid of it fast. Selling BR power from Stepville, will that make you 200,000 faster? Wow. Yeah, I hear you. Or just move to a new country. I'm just kidding. Where they can't extradite you. Run! I'm just kidding. Don't do that. or maybe you maybe you could with the death card here. I don't feel here with the death card that it would. You have the Two of Swords here. Two of Swords is like two different paths to take, and this path I feel is like, no, it doesn't lead you there. There's a second path, a different path that's more of a renewal type of energy, that allows you this release from that. Yeah, there's another option, another way. I don't know if where you're at, if, and just consider this, right? I'm not, of course, disclaimer, tarot is for fun. I'm not a licensed financial advisor or anything like that, right? So you can take this however you will, and you get to make your own choices, right? But bankruptcy is what was coming to mind here. It's like, you know what? There is a debt relief of some sort where you don't have to try to do it all. They're reminding me, I actually, God, how long ago was that? It was decades ago. That's how long. I'm like, wow, time has really flown by. But I had accumulated a lot of debt in two relationships because I was an overgiver. And so I gave and 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 gave. And I had all this credit card debt and all this debt and co-sign for cars. I learned my lesson so good. But I was very much in a lot of debt. And I was to the point where I couldn't keep up with everything, where I was paying enough on my credit cards to buy groceries, and that's how I was living. And then eventually, because I didn't want to declare bankruptcy, I was like, "That's a failure." I grew up with a mindset of that because of my father's business that he was in. I'm like, "Oh, people that have bad credit are losers." Is like and I was like, "Oh my God." So my fear was ever to be a loser and ever have my dad think I was a loser if I ever had bad credit, right? Well, I was like to that point, and when I went to a bankruptcy lawyer back in the day, they were like, I go, "I feel so bad," and they said, "You know what? Everyone deserves a second chance." And I was like, "Wow!" And I just faced the fear of what people would think, what my dad would think, what everyone would think, and I'm like, just to have all this disappear and to make my point that I would never, build up that amount of credit card debt again, for myself, and it was transformational. So if that resonates for you, I feel like there is a different choice of trying to, oh my gosh, because it was like so stressful trying to, with that hanging over my head, trying to do everything I can, and it just wasn't, because of all the interest and all the stuff and everything I was just paying. I was only able to maintain that. So it was about making those changes in my life that allowed me to do that. So hopefully that helps, Mika, but that's what they have there for you. Not sure if that's available where you're at, but um, there is another option. All right. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. And then we've got Carmel Damon. Hello, hello. You are up next. Let's grab yours here. So, who's crazy in love with you? Let's see. Based on current energies. Oh, well, there is someone. Excuse me. Got the 10 of Cups, which is full emotion there. And you got the 7 of Cups. So I feel like it's like get to guess which one is it? Which one is it? I feel like there's like it's interesting that there's 7 cups. Is there seven people that either you're interested in or you feel are interested in you? There's like this pool of 7 people, and you're like, okay, here's all the 7. One of them is um very much this madly in love with you and crazy love, like they can see themselves together with children and a life together. Look at here, look at the life we weave. They can see that way. They dream about what our life together would be, kind of energy, not in a stalker way, but in a they know you pretty well. um because there's what I'm getting is feelings of the things I love about who you are. So it's not someone who barely knows you, it's someone who knows you really, really, really well. And they are just so about it. Um, Now, I don't know if you are crazy in love with them, though. So that's in yeah, it's like what I'm getting here is like if you ever have like someone like I've had a best friend in my past that I was like, oh my gosh, I thought they were an amazing person and loved being around them and everything like that. And I knew that they had a huge crush on me. And I wished and wished and wished and wished that my heart felt the same way, but it was more, you know, friend brother sister kind of, brother sister sister kind of energy than it was romantic. Even though I was like, I wish it could be, because it would be amazing, I'm sure, but it wasn't fair to them for me to, you know, be that when they deserve to be with someone that feels the same way about them. Even though I'd be like, I could be totally selfish and, they'd give me the world and I would give them the world too, but it wouldn't be the same from the heart. You know what I'm saying? And so that's who that is. You might even know who that is, but I do feel like it's more of a close friend kind of person. So I know. But that's who's crazy in love with you. And that's a friendship that could be for forever. No, mine moved away and then they moved back and then they did pass away. So they're in spirit. Hey. Now they love me unconditionally still. All right. Anyway, many blessings to you. All right. So Olivier Vegata, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. So Olivier, any good news coming this week? Let's see what we got here based on current energy. Yeah, I believe so. You got the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, abundance, fullness. So there is some great energy coming this week. Could even be with Mother, because this is Mother Nature energy, Mama energy. And the Lovers card coming in here, this doesn't have to be romantic. It can just be important relationship that comes in here. Don't feel emotional choice energy. I really feel this is great news coming in about something that's really been on your mind that you've been wanting it to work out. And it could be two things, because I feel like that mom energy is there, but also your interactions with someone. There might have feel like there's been some conflict with someone, and I feel like there can be resolution that comes this week. But I feel like with all this release energy of this, Pisces full moon that we had, and we're heading to a Virgo new moon next Sunday, that this next week it's good for releasing, forgiving, um, letting go of things, let go of control, let go of expectations, let go of any kind of pain that you've had with someone, disappointments with others, and realize everyone's doing the best they can with what they have. And always, we always do. Everyone always does, always has done the best they can with the energy they have, the mindsets they have, and their environment. And just realize everyone's doing their best, and that's okay. If they don't, if they do something that steps on your toe, or that um, it sparks something within you, where we allow them to do what they're going to do. We come back to us and go, what can I do with this? This is my trigger, this is my spark. So I feel like there is some of this, because it feels good. It feels like these two things that are just like running in the background, that are taking a lot of your energy, just get resolved. But a little bit of that releasing from your part, letting go of control, is what allows you to get to that place of, all right, this feels good. You feel lighter, I feel, by the end of the week. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, Olivier. So many blessings to you. All right. Enjoy your week. All right. Then we have Paula. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. So, Paula, a general for next week. All right, let's see what they have here for you next week. Woo-hoo-hoo. Wow. Powerful energy with the Magician card coming in and the Two of Wands. One message of this is, realizing whatever you're focusing on is what you're drawing in. So the world of possibilities is within these two cards of, if I focus on gratitude and higher vibration, I get stuff that matches that. If I focus on lack and want and need and fears, I draw in stuff that matches that energy. But it's a powerful energy that's drawing in next week. With these cards coming in together, it feels like your planets are in alignment, where your attraction energy is at a high, where things come in faster than normal, bigger than normal, both in a higher vibration or lower vibration, whichever one you focus on here too. So I feel like that there's this energy coming in huge. Be aware of that, because next week is going to be a big week of fast, big manifestation of whatever you're focusing on. If we focus on gratitude for what I love in my life, what I have had in my life, stuff that matches that comes in. If I focus on what I feel is missing, what I want, what I need, what I'm afraid of will leave my life or come into my life, I'm drawing all that kind of stuff. So be really, really aware of that. There's also a second message of this being the number one and this being the number two of energy. This is, there's a new spark, a new passion in your life, of not so much like a person, but more of like this spark of excitement that you want to move towards something. And the Two of Wands is making a plan around it. Then after you make the plan around it, then you put that energy to it, and then things unfold, right? So it feels like next week is a week of planning too, about something that's really grabbed your energy of like, oh, I'm really excited about something. Put that plan in, and you can do that there. So I feel like that's what they have for that. Hey, Empress Carmen, sure, absolutely. You can make a donation. I'm going to finish up I've got um, 4 more free readings, and then I'll catch you after that one. So, yeah, feel free to donate if you'd like, and you can be after that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Paula. Exciting. I like that. All right. And then we have the hit mix coming in here. Here is your timestamp here. And can you tell me what you see on your career? All right. Based on current energies, yeah, feel like your career is in need of some new direction. The Five of Cups is a card of sorrow, but there's also, usually it shows someone kind of mourning over three spilt cups with the two of cups behind them. Power of emotional choice, energy. And you have the ace of cups, which is your heart. And when we get a combination like this with career, with a lot of heart, of course, we as humans are given a lot of supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, a lot of dreams or opinion around what our career should be. And a lot of times we end up beginning by living the dream that someone else gave us, where we wake up in the morning going, oh crap, got to go live my dream today. Well, we realize that's not our dream, because if we're living our dream, we're like, oh my gosh, we wake up early, we don't hit the snooze alarm 10 times, we're like ready to go go go, right? So I like that this is a kind of, close your eyes, let your mind kind of sit over here, and kind of picture yourself stepping out of your mind. Open the door, step out of it, close the door, go down a spiral staircase to your heart, knock on your heart opens, go, oh, come on in. You go in, you sit down, you have some tea or some coffee with your heart, and go, what is it, that you would love to do? What's your excitement? Where's your draw? Um, how do you want to express yourself to the world? And let your heart lead you in career, because I feel like you're existing. And that's what happens when we follow the dream that someone else gave us in the mind, with the supposed tos and shoulds and need tos and all that expected opinion stuff, right? Whereas if we follow our heart, we feel like we're living. So there's a difference there. And I feel like that is what I see for your career, is that it's ready for a remodel, something that matches your heart more than your mind. And that could be changing careers completely, or changing companies, changing locations, but follow the heart. Close your eyes and follow your heart. All right. So that's what they have for you, Hitmix. All right. Yes, absolutely. I did get your donation, Empress. Let me see here. Did you put your question out here? No, not yet. So pop your question down there. I just have a couple more. And so if you want to put your your donation for your your question for your donation down there too. All right. So touch of love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. All right, there we go. All right. Thank you for your lovely comment that you said there, touch of love. I appreciate that. Hello, my friend. So what spirit would like you to know about the one that you love? His birthday. Oh, a Pisces. How nice. I know, because that's 6 days before my mama's birthday. Well, not 75, but the day. Let's take a look here. Oh, wow. What perfect energies. You got the Two of Cups, of course, which is relationship, lovers energy, this beautiful hand in hand energy. It's interesting. I like this Three of Pentacles here too, that one of the things that they really enjoy about your guys' relationship, and about you and about themselves, what they love about you is how you're true to your authentic self, and that you are real, and that you don't play games, and you don't do all that stuff. You are who you are, and you don't try to be who you think everyone wants you to be. You are you. And if someone asked you a question, you wouldn't lie, you wouldn't be mean, but you'd be honest. And they love that about you, that you're real, and they never have to wonder where they're at. Um, and in that same kind of theme of energy, they feel like they can be themselves around you, that they don't have to try to be someone else, that you truly appreciate them and love them for who they are. And I like this. It's like this hand in hand, wonderful energy that's there. Um, and it is that, you know, you are my people and my person kind of energy. And I don't have to worry about not like trying to be something that I'm not, and vice versa. So I love that energy coming in. So that's one little piece for you there. All right. So that's what they got for you for that one touch of love. So many blessings to you. I love that about you and you guys. All right. And then Debbie Quillette, you are up here. Now you didn't ask a question, but I was led by spirit here um, because you're struggling. You said it with negative vibes, and you were gonna come back for um, some positive affirmation. So I will reach out to you too if you're not because you may not come back to look at this, but here you are because I'm going to give this link to you. So hello. So Spirit did want to give you a message because of course they love you. So we're going to do that here. Yes. Beautiful. Two major arcana. We've got the Empress card and the Star card coming in here. And I love this. You've got the Earth, the Moon, and the stars, and the Sun coming up over here. So you got all this planetary energy coming in here, and this makes total sense. This the neg the Star card is a card of hope, and just know that things are going to be transforming, things are going to be changing here. The Empress energy is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, love energy, that you are cared for, you are loved so much. You have this beautiful connection, this umbilical cord to the spirit world up here. And I like this bringing the awareness around astrological energy because you are very impacted, very connected to the um, planetary energies of our solar system, is what they're saying. You have a special, this is interesting, a special investment in this solar system. And so, because of that, you're very sensitive to all the astrological energies. And so, these negative vibes you're picking up, of course, we had a Pisces full moon lunar eclipse just a week ago, right? So, I mean, Pisces, psychic, emotional energy, magnified by a full moon, extra, extra steroided on the full moon energy too, on the on the emotions area, and Pisces energy bubbling things up too here for you. So a lot of this, and then everyone else is going through it, and you're very sensitive to all of that energy going on in the outside world too. So we've got all this energy that's adding in and building up um, on around you. So maybe of course, do your deep breath exercises from Deb, right? I'm sure she gave you some. Take some deep breaths and step back and realize, okay, let me clarify what are other people's vibes that I'm picking up? And it's like, all right, let me pocket those away. Let me put them in a nice little forest field, right? Let me just put everyone else's emotions, or let me just put myself in a forest field. Let all those emotions be out there. Let me realize what is out there, everything going on in the world. There's so much going on, right? And then what is my current emotions that I'm experiencing? What are the emotions of my inner child that are being sparked by what it's sensing from the outside world, and it's igniting? It's like, okay, so this is old emotion echoing, current emotion feeling, external emotion from other people, and then past life emotion. What past life emotions are also being activated at this time? Because I feel like there's just all this stuff happening. It's a bit much, and I get it. But sometimes just being aware of it, becoming an observer of it, allows us to be less impacted by it. So if that resonates, I feel like that's what they have for you, Debbie. So many blessings to you. All right. And let me just, I want to make a note to myself here so I don't forget to reach out to her. Okay. All right. And then we have Ajit Kumar. Let's grab your timestamp here. So, Ajit, hello. So, you are a binary options trader. When will you become successful in your trading career? All right, based on current energies, let's see what they have here for you. Wow. Yeah, all up to you. We like it that it is because you got the Page of Wands and the Lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice. Both of these energies really come in here saying that um, you have the possibilities of becoming successful in here within the next, well, I want to say here with the Page of Wands is it's the number 11 because the six, I feel like within the next 6 months, but the Page of Wands is number 11 when you look at ace through 10 pages are come after the 10, which would make it a number 11. So November, you have the earliest, like you have this November, boom, ability, but it can also be up to 6 months. And they give you a range because your energy, what you focus on, is what determines that, right? So if I'm focusing in on, I need this, I want this, I'm driven for this, I fear if it doesn't, I have anxiety around it, all that pushes success further and further away because that's lack energy, right? But if you focus on and start having an higher vibrational energy of gratitude about how successful are you being right now, celebrate your success of today, of the past, things you've loved of the past. And the more you're focusing on the now and the gratitude and not the future of want and need, because that's lack energy, that'll bring you more lack energy. But if you focus in on what you do have, then that brings in and draws the success, draws the things you're grateful for, even more of it towards you. That allows it. But if I focus on lack and need, I'm actually pushing and keeping it away from me instead. So I like that awareness that it's in your hands and that you can focus on that. Emotional too. I feel like it's important for you to know that I get to choose how I feel about any situation because we can get locked into fear of, well, this, I need this to happen. Otherwise, I'm going to feel this way. And that's being at the whim of the outside world, right? If my emotion is determined by something of the outside world, then I'm a puppet to the outside world, right? We're given a lot of opinion that if this happens, this is how you're supposed to think about it, the story you're supposed to put to it, and the emotional soundtrack you're supposed to put behind it. Oh God, I got to do this or this is going to happen. It's like, no matter what happens, you get to choose the story of what you put to it. Everyone has their opinions on what it's supposed to mean, but you get to choose. You can go, no, thank you, unless you want to. We can have a lower vibrational experience. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're done feeling that way and like, ugh, I want to feel something else, you can. I am the one that can apply the story and change the story. I'm the one that can choose my emotion or change my emotion around something. I'm the one that can change my energy and choose my energy. And I'm the one that can change my actions or choose my actions in the outside world. So empowering kind of message for you there, Ajit. So hopefully that helps. But I like that for you because it's in your hands, not someone else's. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. So let me grab this here. So um, let me put you in both places here. So Empress Carmen, we will go to you next here. Let me just, we'll go to your, well, let's finish your free reading first since I'm on the free readings, and then no more free readings after this. Um, and then I will complete your donation. So, Empress Carmen, let's grab your timestamp here. Whoops. Can try. Wow. Keyboard gone wild. Actually, it's user error, which was me. All right, so this is for your free. Let me just put it on here. Free reading, and then we'll do your donation here in a sec. So, do we see James and you reconciling time frame if possible? All right, let's take a look here. Wow. We got the Six of Cups, which is someone returning from your past, and the Page of Cups, a heightened love here. So there is possibilities of them returning back. There is a little bit of kind of not a conduit, a what is it? Condition? That's not conditional, but it's something that has to happen first in order for that to be able to come to fruition. I guess that's condition, or anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. Because the Page of Cups is a heightened sense of love and self-worth, because we can't go back and do things the way we did it before. It wouldn't work out. It would end up being the same thing. So you're being spared of going back. If certain things aren't done on your end and their end, having to do with your self-love, then you guys won't come back together. You're not, it's like your higher self and your spiritual team are allowing you low vibrational relationships. It's slowed down. They've slowed down the relationship area to give you time to raise your love vibration. And if they stay on this vibration and you raise your vibration, you guys can't connect. It's like like when you take two magnets and you flip them, where usually, but you put it in the opposite and they repel one another. That's what happens with our energies when we evolve our self-love and our energy vibration. It goes to a higher one, the other one goes lower. You can't. It's only if we both raise our love vibration can we come back together, or vice versa. I find it highly unlikely that they would do that and you wouldn't. Let's just put it out there, right? It's more likely that you do that and they don't do that. Excuse me, so that you guys don't get drawn together, right? So there is possibilities there. Timing is all up to the individual, because it's about not focusing on things in the outside world, but focusing on self, of questioning mindsets and beliefs that don't serve me anymore, lower vibrational mindsets that are rooted in fear. We let those go. We're letting emotions go. We're letting energy go that doesn't serve, things in the physical world that don't serve us anymore, that, allows us to raise our love vibration. It's like a hot air balloon, and you have all those sandbags and the ropes. You're cutting the ropes, you're cutting off the sandbags that allow you to rise. Well, if someone else doesn't do it, even if they cut some of the ropes and they keep all the sandbags, they're going to stay down here while you're here, and you guys like ships passing in the night. Well, I didn't see you. And so that's what's necessary for reconciliation, I feel, based on that. And time frame, they say it's so determined on that inner work, that possibilities of timing. Gosh, when I look at the possibilities of, it's like when I look at them, when would they start to work on it? It just goes, and I'm like, so not anytime soon would that happen with that. I know. All right, so that's what we have for your free reading portion. And I'll put a separate timestamp here. Let's just do it at 3:34 exactly. There we go. So here is for your donation. And I'll put it in the timestamps at the end too. So for your donation, what are James's feelings and next actions towards you? Let me put these back together. Oh, that's good. That's why I waited to do the free readings, because now I'm going to mix up all these cards for your donation. So we'll talk about their feelings and next actions. Let me highlight this so I know exactly where to look. Scorpio and a Pisces. Holy cow. What a combo, huh? Well, of course, we're more than our just our sun signs, of course. We're a soup of a bunch of stuff, but those are your CEOs, a lot of emotional energy, of course. But yeah. All right. So I feel like we're going to use this one here. Okay. Shuffle these up. So you've been very sad and we're not together. You're trying to give space. You miss him. Yeah. Things weren't good for a while. He wasn't loving, growing, evolving, really selfish. Well, there you go. That makes sense. What we were talking about for your free portion, right? We're like, well, here you go. That's what's going on with him. And then, of course, you'll get a fortune cookie as well. Let me just take a quick sip here. All right. So, based on James's current energy, what are their feelings towards you? And thank you, by the way, if I didn't already thank you, or if I did, thank you again anyway for your donation via Zcash app. So, those are the feelings. I also want to know their thoughts. I get nosy sometimes. We want to know their heart, but I also want to know what's going on in their head. I know it's a scary place to go, but we're gonna just check in, and then next actions towards you. All right, let's see what we got in here. Oh wow, underneath each other. Wow. I used two decks here, and of the same deck, and we got two of the same card on the bottom of the deck, which two Ace of Swords, which is about clarity and communication. Even under that, we've got the Sun, which the Sun card also is this energy of shining a bright light on things, both of allowing us to see things from a higher perspective. But that Sun card comes in and we see everything, even the cobwebs in the corner. It's like, okay, there's a bright light being shown. I feel like the underlying energy is that there is a lot that you guys are understanding about yourselves and each other. And there's a difference. I'm sorry, your spirit guides are funny. Because but they're like doing it like this, but there's a difference between knowing and doing something about it. Like you're both getting clarity around things, but you are doing something about the information. It's like if someone goes, oh, that's interesting, puts it over there, continues to do their life without change, then the lessons are repeated and the same thing just keeps happening over and over again. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result is the definition of insanity, right? Because in order for things to change, it needs to change. In order for the reflection in the mirror to change, changing mirrors doesn't change the reflection. The person looking in the mirror needs to change before the reflection changes, right? So no matter how many relationships or how many situations that they go into, they're going to see the same thing over and over again because it's a reflection of them, not you. And same thing with ourselves, of course. We've all learned. I know I had the experience myself. I get it. I'm like, why do I keep attracting the same person? And they're like, you mean the person in the mirror? Yeah. Oh wait, because that's me. Yeah, we're seeing ourselves in someone else, right? So it's an important energy for you to the clarity that's coming in here. The sadness where you feel you're missing them is really where you're missing yourself. The thing that you're looking for from them that you're not giving yourself is what you're missing. That emptiness in your heart isn't because they're not in your life. It's because of the feeling that you generated in yourself while you were with them that you're not feeling. You don't need them to generate that feeling. You can generate that feeling for yourself and with yourself, which is the amazing thing. It's like, what? I know, because it's not when you look at, and actually, I did that this morning. I forget what I was thinking about, but I was thinking about, I actually was in a reading earlier because we're talking about the exes that we've had. And I realized maybe it was no, it was a forgiveness thing I did earlier this morning because I was looking at something and I'm like, the emotion I felt about each of them was the same. The love we feel was the same. I go, so it wasn't them that was, it was how I was feeling about myself when I was with them is what I was feeling. And now when I wasn't with them, I felt I couldn't generate that because I was convinced it was them that was making me feel that way when actually I was the one making me feel that way. So interesting. Let's see what else we have here. So we wanted to find out here. Wow, that went deep. I know. Whoa, for a Sunday afternoon. Um, so James' feelings is where we're going first. So what's going on in James? Remember, their feelings about anyone and anything else are a reflection of themselves, right? That's why it's a great Instagram post. Other people's opinion of us are none of our business because it really has little to do with us. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And like if you wake up feeling hungover or sick or whatever, we see the world differently than when we wake up happy and chipper and feeling great, right? Our perception of everyone changes from moment to moment, depending on how we're feeling. Same thing with them. So just realize as we look at what are their feelings towards you, what are their thoughts towards you, their next actions. This is all about what's going on inside their world. Has little to do with you. You don't even know what they see because they're looking through their eyes at you, through all their conditioning and their experiences. So you have no idea what they're seeing. And you don't really know who they truly are because you were seeing them always through your own eyeglasses, your own conditioning, your own filters too. I know. All right, let's jump in here. What are their feelings towards you? Well, we have the Nine of Pentacles. They do have this hermit energy of wanting to be alone, pulled back. So they have this hermit energy. Yeah, and they have this conflict with the Two of Swords between their head and their heart. Um, so in their mind, because these are the feelings, right? These are the feelings. The mind is next. But this battle that they have is the heart. They they're in fight or flight mode because they're wanting to flee. They're wanting to be alone. And that happens when our inner child feels unsafe and out of control. And that has to do with their upbringing. Their emotional inner child that was formed 7 years old and younger has all these triggers, has all these memories, has all this fear of being abandoned, not being good enough, being left behind, that they experienced when they were younger. And so when certain things happen in their relationships, that past stuff triggers, they feel unsafe and out of control. Alarm sound, their intelligent, loving, compassionate human gets booted out. And then who's left in charge is the little 2-year-old self with their pet hissing cat. So when you talk about not loving and selfish, that sounds like a little child. And that's because when we're in fear, that's how we act. Look at the world. People who are in fear act stupid and look at everything everyone's doing, right? You're like, wow, there's a lot of fear in this world. But that's what is happening, right? And so that's why they feel this withdrawn and pulling away because they flee. Um, and sometimes people hiss and attack and then run away, or hiss and run away, or hiss and attack. And so, that's the usual ways that humans respond when they are feeling unsafe and out of control. And the Two of Swords is telling me that their heart of course, loves you, but their mind, the noodle up here is where the problems happen. This is where the challenging, all these stories, all the, reaction, especially when we're in fear, that's when, we feel like all these things have to happen and we feel out of control because he has this long list of things that are supposed to be in the relationship, who you're supposed to be, who they're supposed to be, how the relationship is supposed to be. And when you fear, I'm not going to be able to live up to all this, pew, we either flee or we fight or we do both, right? And that's what's happening here. So their feelings are they still care, but they've got so much to work out in here, that's causing this, that they will, if they don't work on these triggers, they'll continue to trigger and trigger and trigger and trigger, right? So that is their feelings. Emotions, no, thoughts, what they're thinking, that was their emotions. They're thinking, they have the strength card, Leo energy. Yeah, I get it. Ace of Cups. Okay. And the Tower card. Yeah, the fear of things. And this makes sense. This is the mental triggers that come in here of, this is where we're talking about the battle between the head and the heart. The mind is taken over their heart, with the Two of Swords being in that feelings position. And they fear that people will leave, and so I got to get out first. I'm going to get rejected. I'm going to get out first. And the Strength card, this lower expression of Leo energy, is look at me, look at me. I got to do everything for me, 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 me. And that's also what happens when we go into lower vibrational inner child energy, right? And so the Ace of Cups is this journey of self-love, that I need to do what I need to do for me, energy. And very much, like you said, selfish, but it's very much heightened with all of this. So the mind definitely, all that energy that comes in here just confirms it for me, that they're in this fight or flight mode when it comes to relationships. So yours is no different than anything else they've had or will have in the future if they have other relationships, because until they deal with that, they'll consistently repeat the same thing over and over again. Next actions. Yeah, they've got the High Priestess, which is like the Hermit card. The High Priestess steps away from the thing they feel is the chaos and the scary stuff, goes up into their High Priestess temple, connects higher, looks behind the veil, dives deep into the self-reflection kind of energy that's here. Queen of Wands energy that's coming in with all this. Very much spiritual connection here. Which is an interesting energy, because next actions, Queen of Wands is an action energy, but this is more focused on self action than action towards yourself, which is what we've been getting through all this. Underlying energy, yeah. Seven of Pentacles, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Slow, slow, slow. And this confirms what I saw earlier in your free reading portion, which was, is it anytime soon they would do this inner work that would allow you guys to come back together? Right now, based on current energy, it's like way out there. It's like the seed is planted, then the seed has to crack open over time, and then the little seedling has to make its way to the ground. I'm going to try not to make this so slow, but slow that down by 100 times, right? Because then it gets to the surface, it breaks through the surface, then it grows, and it starts growing. It becomes a big long stem. It becomes a tree without a whole lot of branches. Then it becomes bigger, it grows branches, it gets bigger and bigger, and it grows and becomes bigger and bigger. And then it has leaves, and eventually it has blossoms, and then eventually it gets fruit. See how far that's out? That's way, way, way far, far out. So, I don't see anything happening soon with that. So hopefully that helps. All right. And everybody, I am in past my 3 hours. I'm not doing any more free readings today. I've completed all the free readings in this session already. But if you want to make a donation, I'll take donations here for a few more if you guys would like. So, Wild Soul Oracle. Let's see what else we have here for you, Empress, for your fortune cookie. What else do they want you to know here? Yeah, adaptation and the beetle. So let's see what we have here. So beetles are masters of adaptation, thriving in various environments with their hard exoskeletons and resourceful nature. So this card signifies the need to adapt to changing circumstances. The beetle teaches that flexibility and resilience are key to survival. It encourages you to find creative solutions and to use your strengths to navigate through life's challenges. The lighter energy of the card, which is card number 5, of course, which is card of change, says adapt to the changes around you with creativity and resourcefulness. Flexibility is your strength right now. The shadow energy of the card says adaptation is not always the answer. You may be bending too much, losing your identity or values in the process. Stand firm in what truly matters to you. I like that, right? Yeah, based on current energies, Empress, it feels like it would be a long way if it happens, because it's still very much dependent upon them doing their inner work. Because if they don't do it, and if you both don't do it, you're just going to repeat a cycle and end up partying again, partying ways again. Um, so if you get back together without doing your inner work, you're just going to go another round or another, another time around the track, and then you're going to have to go into the same space again. Three questions you can ask yourself for this one is, how can I adapt to the changes in my life? 2, am I compromising too much of myself? And 3, what resources do I have to navigate this situation? Some good reflection energy there. Yeah. And I don't blame you. I feel like the energy here is, I would encourage you to focus on raising your love vibration, focus on, letting go of those mindsets that don't serve anymore, that are rooted in fears, any emotions rooted in fears, energy rooted in fear, anything in your physical world, anything you can clean and purge. This is a great time for it too, with a new moon in Virgo coming up, but it's purging things. Raise your love vibration, realize they can't give you what you're looking for. No one can. You need every relationship you have is a reflection of self-love. So the more you raise your love vibration, the more you'll draw in someone that can mirror that self-love for you too. Um, so I feel like that's the big thing, is not focus on them and what they're doing or not doing in that. It's like, okay, I'm going to come in here and do this work, because as I raise my vibration, if they're raising their vibration, they'll draw them in. If they're not, I don't want to draw them back in and go through all the same stuff I did. I'll draw in someone that is more of an energetic match for that, because you're not missing them, you're missing the love you felt here that you can generate in for yourself here. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. I know I went through several changes of relationships, and it gets to, our fear is, I'll never find love again. And then eventually after a few, we're like, oh, I'm going to find love again. But you will. So that is what they have. All right. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. Thank you again for your donation. Uh, did you get your purchase? I didn't get a purchase. Did you do that today? Because I don't have anything here. Let me check. Did you do it through cat through the uh, whatever they call it at the bottom? It's not Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, or whatever that is. The donation thing at the bottom. Let me pull up something over here to see if it shows up. Doesn't show up on my chat here. Let me just jump over here to where they show all that here. Nope. I don't show any here, Valerie, and I don't show any. I don't feel like I've had any this weekend either at any time. But if they charged you, definitely dispute it or look for a refund because we've had it here and there where it says it goes through, you get an email showing it done, and then there's a reversal that comes after it because something happened on their end where it didn't go through or something, and they because I don't see it, I don't even see it on my screens here, but um, yeah. So, but if you want to make a donation, I will. I've almost hit 4 hours, so and we finished donations earlier today than we normally do, so I'm not going to be coming back on this afternoon because I already completed all the readings for today that were within the 3 hour period, and then any extra donations. So if anyone wants to make a quick donation, I'm willing to do those right now. Otherwise, I'll be headed off here in a moment. And I am so grateful for all of you that have been with me all today. I'm so grateful for your hunger and thirst for spirit and hearing from them. And glad we're on this adventure together. There is so much wonderful energy going on in the world, that knowing that we have a loving community here with huge hearts and great senses of humor. We don't laugh enough, do we? So appreciate you guys. And for all the thumbs up, it does help spread the Zen love. Be on the lookout. Tomorrow I have a special announcement. I have my podcast coming out. So I have a new podcast. So I'll be announcing that tomorrow, along with some other things, some specials, and maybe a giveaway. So be on the lookout. If you don't have your set to all notifications, then we can, we can do that. Um, do you have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Square as well? If it's not letting you use that at the bottom, are any of those options for you? I'm not sure why it's not letting you. You might try like going out and coming back in if something's not allowing you to purchase. Because of course I've gotten a bunch of donations today, so it's working out there. Might just be something to do with your location or internet or something. But I do also have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square, which are in the description box of the video if you want to try one of those ways. For shizzle. I'm so sorry you're having trouble there. I know. Frustrating. But I will post a pinned comment after we're done too, listing all of the timestamps. What else? Anything else? All right. So, I don't want to leave here, Valerie, if you're trying to do it another way. So I'll just give it a couple more moments here. Oh, no, that's not you. I had an email come in. I'm like, oh, nope, that's not you. That's something else. All right. So Valerie, if you let me know if you're trying or not, I don't want to just be hanging out if you're not able to do that, because I am hungry. I'm gonna go eat. But I am grateful for everyone. So I'm not sure, Valerie, if you're here or not anymore. But so grateful, like I said, for everyone's love and support. And as we're going throughout your amazing adventures this week, remember that you are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So till I hear from you guys again, hang in there, take care of yourselves. Remember, have some fun this week. Because why are we being so serious, right? Let's play. Let's go laugh. Let's go have fun. Let's raise our vibration as much as we can so we can have an easier path. That's my new podcast. All right, everybody. Well, Valerie, if I get a donation from me or from you, we'll get you taken care of one way or another. But I'm going to head out. So many blessings to you guys. I love you much. We'll see you soon.